Notice we didn't say water. Oh! Looks like Rory taking off on that wave there. Got hung up. As you can tell, it looks nice and beautiful and easy and perfect from here. But when you see our competitors take off, you understand that it is not that easy. The wind with these big old boards holding you up, even somebody at my size, which I outweigh a lot of these guys literally by 100 pounds, it's still not easy for me. So it's even harder for them.
And we are live. We are live on our webcast. So good afternoon, good morning to all of you watching live on the webcast at immersedtv.com. And you guys down on the beach, make sure you let your friends and family know that are watching or somewhere outside of Hawaii that they can tune in and see what you're watching live. Go to immersedtv.com.
Just show them. We come grab it. Hey, Connor, can you go grab that leash from Nolan, please? So that it doesn't stay in the water.
This guy right here, can grab him.
Oh, sorry, right there. No worries. The guy got him right there, Connor. Thank you.
And Rory on the
outside. Rory up to go. Trying to pull in on the inside. Whoa! Oh! As you can tell, he's trying to pull in on a barrel there, but with all the wind, it made it all chopped up and kind of funky.
Well, this inside bowl at Sunset Beach, not the easiest negotiating. So just to get in a barrel out here at Sunset is a task, and then to get out of the barrel, that's a whole nother challenge.
Yeah, getting in is hard enough, like you said. If you come out, that's a high score coming because that doesn't happen very often. With this direction of swell and the size that we have in it, it's actually not the right type of direction that we really need for that inside bowl to be going off. We actually need a little more west than what we're seeing here. Funny thing about that inside bowl, when it barrels, Rocky, it looks like it's nice and shallow.
Yeah.
But it's actually not. It's breaking on a ledge which is relatively shallower than the rest of the water here. But that's what makes it so hard to come out, because as you come out, it literally goes deep into the channel. So you got to literally race the chandelier, or I call it more like a trash compactor. So the chandelier is kind of just on your head just a little.
Shampoo
this
shower.
This wave, when you get to the end, it's literally trying to smack the heck out of you and trying to literally compact you. So you need to somehow get far enough in the barrel so you get to sneak out right at the end before it detonates you on impact.
It is exactly like sneaking out of the back door or the window when you stay high school.
Exactly.
Trying to get out the house before the father come home. But Rory Chapman is in the lead in this heat. He's got a 5.17 opening score. He's competed in the Molokai to Oahu race and finished third in prone paddling for the last 2 years. Works as a lifeguard on Nomotu down in Fiji. So spends a lot of time in the ocean and competing in his first ever Sunset Beach Pro for the Stand Up World Tour right here.
Rocky. This is what we like to see as competitors and as commentators and people, fans on the beach watching. We would like to see those big lines. We want to see the competitors riding those big waves.
Up in riding,
Looks
that's
like
white. That is Alex Krashati.
Looks like that inside getting really fat and deep and really bumpy, making it hard just to get a turn off, Rocky. Even a bottom turn is hard right there. As you can tell, he's just skipping over chop. It's almost like super duper mini Peahi with that big side chop coming in it on the inside with that deep water.
What's hard to see sometimes is the ribs and the amount of chop on the face of these waves that make for, very difficult turning. And every move that you make, every turn has to be very precise and calculated. You got to finish the turn that you're doing before you move on to the next one. It's really a lot like in football where you need to catch the ball first and then make your first move. It's really focusing on the task at hand.
Exactly. They always have to pay attention to what they're doing in the present and not look too far down the line of the wave, although that is important as well. But if you fall before you even get there, it doesn't matter. Like you say, the ribs on the inside there are what we call warbles, or what would be equivalent of a side wave. if you can see these little bumps on the inside right now, they're at least a foot high as well. So that makes it even harder. And what you have to do is time it so that you're turning right as you go over the bump into the trough between the two bumps that are there, and so that you can get on the lip and do a turn to come right back down in the next trough. Because if you do a turn on one of those warbles or one of those sideways, what happens is you're either going to catch an edge. Here we go. Oh, big late takeoff from deep behind here. Looks like, can't tell the color there, but everybody else in the heat just bailing out of their way. I think, again, that was blue. Was that Batsa? Looks like that was Batsa there. Big late takeoff from way behind. Unfortunately, could not get around the whitewater. Could have went left on that one, but if you look at the left, paddling out there sucks. Been there, done that. Don't do it unless you have to.
Looks like you have a heat, Kainoa, heat number 12, coming up in the main event.
Yeah, definitely going out a little later. So the conditions will change all day, Rocky, as we know. They change from minute to minute, hour to hour. So I'm kind of, as a competitor, watching just to see what's going on in the water with the competitors now, but not really getting myself prepared yet, because what's happening now, by the time I go out in heat 12, it's literally going to be a night and day difference. And what that difference is, I don't know. I'm hoping better. And
we'll see how far we get into the first round as well. You could be possibly not surfing today.
I would not object to that as well. You get my age, but you get kind of old. I don't mind resting here and there when you can get it. Let's say I take advantage of my situations when I have the situation at hand. Here we go. Looks like rider in yellow taking off on the right here.
That's Shakira.
Big bottom turn. Kind of gets pushed out on the face too far, and the wave fattens out on her. That's another thing with this size waves here, Rocky, at Sunset. It's not quite at Sunset Point and not quite Sunset proper. And so you have that dilemma, depending where you take off on the wave. It may peak up in the beginning, and then it gets flat the whole rest of the wave. So what happened there on that wave was exactly that. It was that in-between size that didn't push over to the proper peak. It wasn't quite at the Sunset Point. It's a peak right in between. And sometimes you can get a really good wave there, but for most of the part, the wave's really fat. Competitors in the next heat and the heat in the water. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, 1:30 remaining, 1:30 remaining. Competitors in the next heat, start paddling over. Unless you're going to surf right there, you can do right that. Yeah, let's go with that. The girl has got a good shot too, yeah. She's good, huh? Was that Nicole? So we're having a debate up here with the board, and we're trying to predict. Oh, here we go. Outside, rider in, is that Rory? What color is Rory? In red. Rory, nice big takeoff there. But again, Rocky, this is that peak I was talking about, the in-between peak between Sunset Point and Sunset proper, where it's a nice big takeoff, but then it kind of gets really, really fat. And if you can ride it long enough, which is what Rory is trying to do right here, milk it to that inside. Again, those ribs up the side of the wave, like we were talking about, takes another victim. And actually, that was him who tried to pull in earlier as well. That barrel here on the end bowl, correct?
That was Rory in the red, our heat leader, counting down the heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Horn. So in that case, Rocky, he was leading the heat, fell, heat was over, nothing lost. So not a big deal. But for some of the other competitors in the heat, say those who are third and fourth place, and they're really close to getting in, maybe needing anywhere from, let's say, a 3 to 6 to advance, that fall would have been really, really crucial. And so Rory was fortunate that he was charging throughout the whole heat and was winning at the end of the heat. And as competitors and surfers in general, we hate falling anyway. So I'm sure even though he won the heat, he's not happy with that. And he's going to go he's going to make sure he goes back to the drawing board and figure out what he needs to do for his next heat to make sure that he completes those turns.
Counting down to start the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Uno.
And unofficially out of that last heat, Rory Chapman in first, Alex Kershawty in second, Shakira Westorp in third, and Jared Batza in fourth. So,
this is big. This is a left. So that's when you go left at the end of your heat. Okay, just to let you guys all know, don't go left at the beginning of your heat. You spend the rest of your time paddling out. But if you're coming in, it might be worth the risk. But for Batza there, didn't look like it. He paid the price on that one, got it on the head, and looks like the rest of these sets got a little something for him. Here we go, competitor up in this heat. I believe that is that red, Rocky? Looks like red.
That's red. That's Jesse Brown.
Jesse Brown.
And
First heat of the first wave of the heat, and look at that one behind. Oh, she is lovely. This inside line up looks like he's got a good line. He's drawing through all of that chop very well. He's not skipping out too much, and the wave fattens out on him. But he did well just to get to that whoop-de-doo section there, Rocky.
And we need heat number 1 to check in of the main event. Kyle Vaz, Masa Motohashi, Nolan Keolana. And
I know that guy.
And our fourth place finisher from the trials. Not sure why we would have a trials person in the first round because they're all still surfing. Maybe we might need to recalculate that. But trials person number 4, we won't even find that out until this heat is paused. So we're going to possibly have a little break in the action, but we'll stand by for that. But heat 1 of the main event, get ready. This is heat number 2 of round 2. Jesse Brown in the red, Ka'eo Abbey in the white, Jeffrey Spencer in the blue, and Nicole Pacelli in the yellow. Top 2 of these surfers will advance to the main event.
Okay, can we get Tristan Boxford to the commentators' tent? We just want to clarify what's going on in round 1, heat number 1 of the main event. It says here that the fourth competitor is going to be the trialist number 4 finisher. We want to get clarification on that because they're going to have to go right back out in their heat. So we want to make sure that we know who that is, because as they're paddling in from this first heat, we're not going to know till they finish this second heat who would be the 4th out of the 4 competitors. So we'd like to get some clarification, Tristan, if there's going to be a break between the end of this heat and the beginning of round 1, heat number 1. Tristan Boxford, please come forward to the commentators' tent, or any of the head judge or anyone who has that information for us, please come and let us know so we can let the competitors know that there's going to be a really quick turnaround and possibly have the water patrol either bring them in right away or come and grab the jersey and take someone out with that jersey. It definitely looks like there's a really good possibility of it being a back-to-back heat. The person who ends up number 4 in the trials out of this heat and the heat before will either remain in the water if they're out there in the second heat, or will be taken out from the first heat, and then that wouldn't be as much of an issue. But we will not know to the end of this heat who the 4th place trialist is. So we'd like to get some confirmation, please.
20 minutes remaining in this heat number 2. And this is the trials round 2, heat 2 with big sets out the back, kind of.
Yeah, baby. That's all we like to see, Rocky Cannon. We like when it's big. We'd prefer that there be a little more wall. But as you know, this is a dropping swell, which was hyped as heck to run the eddy. As we know, that did not happen. It would have been really awesome if it did. That swell did not peak till the nighttime. So running during the day is practically impossible because it was not big enough Again, we thank you all for coming here to the Waterman League event here to start the year off at Sunset. We appreciate your support. Again, I am Kainoa McGee here at Rocky Canyon. Also, I'd like to thank the Ohana Surf Project. You can go to ohanasurfproject.com, book a lesson with Kainoa McGee, teach you bodyboarding, shortboard, longboard, and stand-up paddle. Much mahalo for letting Daddy out to play.
All right,
Daddy
so
like.
we got confirmation. It will be Alex Kershadi checking in to the trials, in the trials 4 position. So Alex Kershadi, check in for Heat 1, Round 1 right now. Main event, Kyle Vaz, Masa Motohashi, Nolan Keolana, and Alex Kershadi. Check in right now.
Hey, just a heads up, Nolan. Nolan, you're in the next heat, so Water Patrol, whoever's on Water Patrol, you're going to have to swap Nolan out because he can use the jet ski. That's cheating in the heat. No jump-offs for Nolan Keolana. So can we get
step-offs out there?
Yeah, can we get Nolan back to the beach and get somebody to cover the ski for Nolan Keolana? He's on his way in. He is in the next heat, so please can we get the substitute or whoever got the next shift.
And no one, nobody on. I don't know if get anybody on the beach, but whoever like jump on the ski, go, bro.
Go, bro.
Jump. It's your chance now, bro. For
the
drive
little
jet
kiki
ski.
over here, where he's there. Just throw on your life vest. It's all good.
All right. So
Yeah,
18 minutes remaining in this heat, and Jesse Brown with the only wave so far.
So he's
And
winning the heat.
Jeffrey
you think?
Spencer actually with a wave as well. So those scores coming through shortly.
Nice. Also, we like to say big how's it on the beach to cousin Dave Kalama. Welcome, joining us all the way from Maui. Uncle B over there. Brian Surratt of Sunset fame. Right here at the spot we are talking about right now. We'd like to thank them for coming out, joining us, and supporting everybody in this endeavor.
Yep, Austin Kalama coming up in the main round, heat number 3.
Hey, that's my cousin too.
And Uncle Brian doing some coaching, and on the outside
we go.
it's yellow. That's Nicole Pacelli, our Wahine competitor, former world champion. And she worked her way through round 1 and now finds herself with a possibility of making it into the main event of the men's. We saw Fiona Wild last year able to accomplish that. We saw a great performance from Izzy Gomez as well last year, and now this year it's Nicole Pacelli leading the charge for the Wahine.
Again, just to clarify, Rocky, there is not a women's division here at Sunset, correct?
That is correct. These girls are surfing with the boys.
Chee-hoo. That's what we like to hear, baby.
So
also, they had their own event this past weekend, correct, at Turtle Bay?
We had the Turtle Bay Women's Pro, and that was won by Izzy Gomez.
Nice.
And
congratulations to Izzy.
Starts off her 2016 with a victory, defending her world championship.
Damn it, man. I hate when that happens. Start the year with a win. It's a rough one.
And we got scores for Jeffrey Spencer and Jesse Brown. First score for blue, Jesse Spencer, a 5.0. First score for red, Jesse Brown, a 3.67. Blue in first, red in second. White is in third. Standing by for last score of yellow, who will move to third. Yellow needs a 3.68. And 16 minutes remaining in this heat. Heat number 2 of round 2 of the trials. Top 2 advancing to the main round. Heat number 1, round 1 of the main event. Please get checked in. In the red, Masa Motohashi in the white, Nolan Keolana in the blue, and Alex Kershadi will be in the yellow. And stand by for last score of yellow, Nicole Pacelli, a 2.5. Yellow's in third. Yellow needs a 1.18. And white in fourth. White needs a 3.68. 15 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Again, this is the Waterman League 2016 version of the Sunset Beach Pro. This is the number. Oh, here we go. Jeffrey taking off in blue. Big takeoff. Again, it's kind of that tweener peak. Looks like he's using a really big board. getting bouncy. Here we go on that inside rut section. Oh, way, way deep outside. Nice big turn on the inside from Jeffrey. Holds on to that turn and gets eaten up by the whitewater, but it was a completed maneuver. So that will do some justice for him on the scoreboard. Still got sets rolling in outside. We had that competitor take off way the heck back there, Rocky. Do we know who that was?
Yeah, that was Jesse Brown, who was deep behind the peak and not able to make it around. So, but he will add a backup score to his campaign here. And Jeffrey Spencer, talk about putting it up in the lip in that critical section of the wave. Great maneuver there from Blue. He will extend his lead and lock in a second score.
Looks like we got a couple more sets rolling in out here, Rocky, for our competitors. Let's see if we can get anybody to take advantage of this. Jeffrey, at that point, definitely with that wave, looks like he probably took over the lead of that heat. Jeffrey Brown was way, way deep. He was so far behind. He was 2 peaks behind. And still put in a valiant effort, which we appreciate and we love. We need to see that from our competitors. Need to see that they want it more than the guy or girl sitting next to him. As we said earlier, Rocky, we have women competing in this event, but there is not a women's division in this event. So they're literally, right now, Nicole has gone through 1 heat.
Yep.
1 heat here, which she beat 2 other guys, men, to get to where she is. So what they're doing, what the women are doing here at the Sunset Beach Pro every year, like Rocky was saying, the past few years, we've had women come all the way from the trials as they have to compete in the trials because they don't have any points because they don't compete with the men the rest of the year. They have their own event. First event was at Turtle Bay, which Izzy had won this year, getting off to a great start. So when you see these women come in from these heats, please give them a big hand, take a picture with them, shake their hand, tell them good job, because not only is it hard to compete in this big waves if they were just competing against women, but they also now they're not just competing against other women, but the men. And in these conditions, it's hard enough. But you make them compete against the men for them to advance. They are doing something special, so please give them some love.
And we got 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So Heat 1, round 1 of the main event should be checked in, and you guys should start paddling out because it's going to be a challenge just to get to the shore break. We've seen that already with a couple of tries to get through this treacherous Sunset Beach shore break. So Heat 1, go ahead and get paddling out. And standing by for the second scores of Jesse Brown and Jeffrey Spencer.
All right. Got a nice, healthy, nutritious breakfast here. Bacon and egg and cheese muffin.
Yum, yum.
Daddy is a happy man.
And under 12 minutes now remaining. Standing by for the second score of Blue and the second score of Red. Blue's second score will be significant as it will add to his lead. Red's second score going to be a smaller score as it was just a takeoff and a closeout, so not as significant. So Nicole Pacelli still with a chance to get a score and advance. And here is Red, Jesse Brown, trying to improve on his backup score. Second score for Blue was a 4.37. So Jeffrey Spencer has a 5.0 and a 4.37, and he is in the lead. Jesse Brown in second. Jesse needs a 5.7 if he's going to take the lead, but he needs to be more concerned about holding on to second place. He's got a 1.0 backup score, and he's got that last score coming in. Nicole Pacelli will only need a 2.18 to go to second, and that's very attainable for Nicole. 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes. Mahalo for tuning in here at immersedtv.com. For those of you watching live here on the beach, you can send a text message to some of your friends and family back home, wherever that may be. They're probably sitting in some much cooler temperatures than what you're enjoying here in the dead of winter on the North Shore of Oahu in February. This is as cold as it gets, at least down here near the coast. And bright sunny skies with a few passing showers, some rainbows in view this morning, earlier today. And let them know that they can tune in to immersedtv.com and enjoy the show that you're watching live, and maybe make them a little bit jealous of the paradise conditions that you're enjoying while they sit in frigid wherever they are. But it's a great, beautiful day for day one here at the Sunset Beach Pro, all part of the Stand Up World Tour.
Yeah, the weather's pretty brutal right now, Rocky. I'm having a hard time with this. Nice sunny skies, beautiful trade winds, 4 to 6, occasionally 8-foot sets. Nobody out but you and 3 other competitors. This is turning out to be a rough day, Rock. I'm really, really trying to get myself prepared for it.
Yeah, you just got to deal with it, man. And 8 minutes, 30 seconds is what our competitors have to deal with for this second heat of round 2 of the trials. Very important heat. Top 2 advance to the main round and get a chance to surf at least 2 more times, because once we get into the main event, it is double elimination.
And we already have one competitor from the trials going into heat 1, right, Rocky?
That is Alex Kershady in the yellow.
Mr. Kershady, everybody getting ready. Actually, just paddling back out in his heat right there.
So we have a last score for Jesse Brown at 2.37. That means Nicole Pacelli in the yellow needs a 3.55. Kaeo Abbey needs a 6.04. So white in 4th, yellow in 3rd, red currently in 2nd, and blue in the lead with 7 minutes, 40 seconds.
Woo, look at that one, Rocky.
Oh,
Big,
boy. Oh,
big,
somebody got a bail.
Caught on the inside in blue. Who we have in blue there?
That was Jeffrey Spencer bailing.
A wise decision. Here we go. Looks like in white, taking off on the outside.
That's yellow, Nicole Pacelli.
Excuse me, Nicole Pacelli, our female competitor in this heat.
And
caught up in the white water.
She
trying
faded.
to just hold on. Wow, she's
Faded a
still standing.
little bit too much. And could have been on the open face of that wave, but just a little bit of error in judgment on that wave. Nice takeoff. Dropped in really well. Just needed to get on that rail and get out in front.
And that's a difficult thing, not just with Sunset, but pretty much every wave on there on the North Shore. Each wave has its little challenges and its nuances. And when you're not born and raised here, or you don't spend enough time here to surf the waves you're going to compete in, it's really, really hard. So Hawaii is definitely one of those places where there's a big-time home field advantage for the locals. I'm not going to lie. Sunset's a really hard wave, and a lot of times you'll catch one wave that looks like the wave you just caught, and you change your strategy on that wave according to the wave you caught before, which looks like Nicole Pacelli did on that one, trying to get a little deeper so when she came off the bottom, there'd be more wall. But what happened is that wave raced in front of her just a little bit, and she got caught in the white water and could not get back to the face of that wave, Rocky.
Yeah, had she been able to find that open face, only needing a 3.55, she had the chance right there, and possibly maybe that could have been the last chance for her, as there's only 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. She really has to hustle to get back out to the lineup. You see her right in front of us here in the yellow jersey, feverishly paddling very hard to get back to the lineup right by the Water Patrol jet ski. And she'll have to make it back to the peak, catch a good wave, and surf that one all the way through for that 3.55.
Rocky, looks like she's either going to go get some coaching real quick or she's going to switch boards. Paddling up to her caddy there. So let's see what she decides to do. Looks like she's just getting coached. Hopefully he's telling her what her score is that she needs right now. and giving her some cheerleader action, getting her ready to get back out there. Again, competitors in the next heat, get out to the lineup. You have about 5 minutes. 5 minutes before your next heat starts. It's going to take you that long to paddle out. I don't know what the heck you guys are doing waiting this long in the first place. Get out to the lineup.
And just under 5 minutes now with heat number 2 of the trials round in the water. Jeffrey Spencer out in front. Jesse Brown in second. And Nicole Pacelli, last score was a 1.5. Not enough. She still needs a 3.55. And Kyle Abbey in the white, no waves yet. He needs a 6.04. And look at these waves stacking out the back, feathering on the outside. And looks like...
Woo! That looks like the biggest set of the heat here, Rocky.
Yeah. We'll see who's in position for catching it or getting caught.
Well, in blue got caught. Looks like out the back there, another one of our competitors who actually was the furthest out got cleaned by that set as well. That sunset at her best. Just when you think you're in the right spot, little bit further out than everybody else, not too far so that you can't catch the wave. You end up too far inside because all of a sudden the set of the day comes in.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. And mahalo to our great sponsors. We have a Red Bull down here today. And mahalo to Turtle Bay Resort just down the road, our official hospitality sponsor for all the events here on the North Shore all season long. And also mahalo to our World Tour patron sponsors, Nash, Starboard, Fanatic, and JP Australia, to name a few. And make sure that you get out to Turtle Bay Resort for the beautiful sunset views at the point and the world-famous Mai Tais that are served there at the Point Bar and Grill with the most beautiful view on the North Shore of the sunset right there at Turtle Bay Resort.
We like the pool bar.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like our competitor, our female competitor, Rocky, Nicole, has gotten back out to the lineup with more than enough time and a doable score of a 3.35.
Yep.
Looks like right now there's a little lull in the action as far as waves are concerned. We'll see. There's some bumps on the outside. I'm not sure if it'll get here in time.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes, 30 seconds. You know, Nicole is a former world champion for the women, so she knows the strategy. She knows how to compete. She's been in this situation before, needing a score to advance through the heat. So if she gets the wave, there's a really good chance she could get that 3.55 and be into the main event. She does, however, have an uphill battle of finding that wave and performing on that wave. And she's got some pretty tough competitors out there who are going to not give up that wave so easy.
Yep, none of them are going to give up that wave so easily, especially your second-place competitor. He's the one definitely trying to keep her off. And it's not a personal thing, but there's no way number 2 is going to let number 3 get a wave to beat him.
Yeah, it's part of competition.
The wave may come in and come to her and not him. That's pretty much the only way a second-place person is going to let whoever's in third that's going to beat them.
Well, red, Jesse Brown is in second. He's very deep. Nicole Pacelli moved over.
Oh, they let her go. If she could catch this. Oh.
So close. And you saw Nicole doing the smart thing of moving over and getting out in front and letting red go super deep.
Wow. Look at that wave. That was definitely more than enough potential on that wave.
Under 1 minute to go.
To get a 6, much less a 3.35. And she was lucky. The other competitors were too deep. She was literally in that one all by herself. But unfortunately, the winds were so strong that she was not able to get down the face of that wave, Rocky. And I'd alluded to that earlier, where in small waves, my size is a disadvantage. But definitely in these waves, Daddy feels okay with his chances.
Yeah, this is big wave surfing on the North Shore with not only a lot of water moving, but a lot of wind blowing up that face. And the lighter you are, the harder it is to battle down into the wave. And Nicole Pacelli just getting blown up out the back on that last wave, and possibly her last opportunity with under 20 seconds remaining. And we're going to count it down here soon. She may have a chance
Here we go. Here we go. Who's this? Is this her? Oh, she gets stuck up again. So as you can see, Rocky, as we were talking about the wind, look at every wave that breaks and every little white water that's already broken. See all the spray coming out the back of the wave? That's because the wind is so strong. So with a stand-up board as big as it is, when you're paddling into the wave, you're literally getting hung up because your board's acting like a sail as it hangs over the ledge of that wave as you're trying to get in. So it's very important to get the front of your board down to give you the momentum to get down the face of that wave.
Yeah, and, you know, looking over that ledge.
It is.
Oh, Jesse Brown.
After the heat. After the heat. That was way after the horn. By far, the best wave of the heat. By far the best wave I've seen surf this morning. That's definitely in the excellent range if it was within the time of the contest or his heat.
And heat number 1, round 1 of the main event is just underway. Kyle Vaz in the red, Masa Motohashi in the white, Nolan Keolana in the blue, and Alex Kershawty in the yellow. Official results from that last heat going to the main event. Congratulations to Jeffrey Spencer in first, Jesse Brown in second.
Woo!
And Nicole Pacelli and Kaeo Abbey finishing in third and fourth are out of the competition. So this year we will not have any Wahine qualifying into the main event. And so heat number 2, please check in of the main event. Cody Kerbox, Kainoa Teixeira, Kiali'i Mamala. And the winner of heat 1 of the trials. And that would be...
We had the name earlier. If you didn't hear it, it's your fault.
I believe that was Rory Chapman. We believe it's Rory Chapman.
Here we go. Heat 1 underway. Main event. Taking off right here, Rocky. Looks like Masa, a competitor from Japan. Nice big, wow. He's still going down the face of that wave, Rocky. That was probably the longest drop we've seen all day. Nice inside barreling section. See if he tries to pull in and get a quickie there. See if he gets a turn. Runs into all that whoop in that section we're talking about inside with all those ribs going up the wave sideways. Got caught on one of them and dug a rail. But that wave started off at 8 feet. By the time he bottom turned, it was 4 feet. But the bottom turn. Again, some sets coming in, Rocky, which is a beautiful thing as a fan sitting here watching, because you're not watching a whole bunch of lulls and no surfing going on. But even better if you're a competitor, as long as you're the one on the wave and not your competitor.
Well, no shortage of surf today. We had that big swell fill in that was... had everybody on edge for the eddy at Waimea Bay, and that filled in later in the evening and was too big for Sunset Beach yesterday here, but has been tamed down today for excellent conditions to start the stand-up paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro. And it'll be Jesse Brown. Jesse Brown, you're checking in for heat number 2. Jesse Brown, check in for heat 2 right now.
So the two Jessies made it through that heat. If you guys did not hear, gentlemen.
Jeffrey and Jesse.
Oh, Jeffrey. Watch out on the inside there. Gets a little tricky. Okay, so Jeffrey and Jesse, you made it through that heat. We need Jesse to check in. Jesse, check in.
Jesse Brown, check in. You will be in the yellow.
Yellow jersey. Yellow jersey.
And Jeffrey Spencer got first place in that heat, so he gets seeded into heat 12 with you, Kainoa.
All right.
and possibly not having to surf another heat today.
So I was just going to say, lucky him. Worst case scenario, if he does surf another heat today, it's at the end of the day. So he has the rest of the day to rest. Where
Jesse
Brown done had that option. He went back to back to back almost. Well, literally came in, went back out, came in, and he's going back out. Or actually went back out and came back in.
He's going right back out right now. Warrior status for Jesse Brown. And
Earning
Jesse, if you can find a wave like your last one, boo, you're going to be winning the heat.
Yeah, that's the wave you want to catch. Because excellent range is definitely what that one was. We like.
That was a great wave right after the heat for Jesse Brown. He's heading back out. So conditioning, stamina, training, cardiovascular stamina, very much a part of this event. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Wahine competitor, Nicole Pacelli.
Good job, Nicole.
Had that big late drop, just couldn't get around the corner on that one. And then a couple of waves that she got blown out the back. But what an effort by Nicole Pacelli, former women's world champion, and finished equal third at the Women's Pro at Turtle Bay. So,
good job.
And Jeffrey Spencer coming in. How was it out there, Jeff? Good? How are those couple of waves you had the bail on? Those gnarly equipment held up, though? Okay, right on.
Still in one piece. That's a good start.
So first score for White comes in at a 3.67. Right now in the red out there, we have Kyle Vaz. He's our current 2015 men's world champion. He clinched it at Huntington Beach last September and brings the world title home for Brazil. And they've been on the dominant train lately. Of course, Adriano de Souza winning the men's WSL world title, and Kyle Vaz claiming the Stand-Up World Tour world title. So,
and I believe Kyle Ibelli was a top qualifier in the QS this year.
Yeah,
going into the WSL. So yeah, there's a lot of domination going on there from the Brazilians.
0.23 opening ride for Kyle Vaz.
Nicole. Again, my name is Kainoa McGee, here live with you at the Sunset Beach Pro 2016 version, first event of the Waterman's League Stand-Up Paddle Surfing World Tour. I am here live with Rocky Cannon. You can watch us on the internet, or you can watch the live broadcast on the internet at immersedtv.com. Again, if you are here, please take selfies and photos and send them home to everybody and make them jealous, because this is paradise. Not only just paradise, but this is paradise at its best. Beautiful winds, beautiful sun, beautiful waves, great competitors, with great competition going on here. ImmersedTV.com. Also, we'd like to thank our sponsors for this event. We have Starboard, Nash, Red Bull, Fanatic, JP Australia, the Stand-Up World Tour, and whoa, here we go. Oh, look at this. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let's see what's going to happen here. Big turn on the inside. Oh, that was sick. That was a big maneuver on a big wave with a big board. Not easy to do. Look at the sets out back. My goodness. I like. Wow. This made the most out of that wave, because that wave when he took off was a nice big drop, but ended up the walls coming together and closing out, and rather than straightening out, this is a competition. So you got to go balls to the wall, which he did. Did a big turn off the top there. Got hung up. Actually looked like a off the top into a floater because of the wind. Held on that air drop, landed through all the ribs, and pulled it out. So that was impressive there. For what color do we have? I can't see what color that is, Rocky. Red. Again, we were just talking about him earlier. Mr. Kyle killing that. Kyle Vaz. Big hand for Kyle Vaz, people. That was beautiful.
And you can see the level from the trials into the main event, just really taking it up a couple notches. Kyle Vaz, of course, our defending world champion. So he is currently the best stand-up paddle surfer in the world, according to the 2015 World Tour, coming into 2016, looking for a title defense. But you look at the way he surfed that wave, and credit to our main event advancers from the trials. They've been surfing very well, but Kyle Vaz, right in Heat 1, just says, you know what, guys, this is the main event. This is how we're going to do this. And goes up in the lip, huge wave, goes up again for turn number 2, air drops back into it, completes it all the way, and that is going to be a 7.5, highest scoring wave of the day so far.
Nice. Almost in the excellent range, Rocky. Had that wave had a little more open face, he for sure would have got an 8 or higher. He definitely made the most out of that wave, which basically was a big closeout.
Yeah, and, his first turn was calculated. And it was critical. The second turn was more like survival.
Yeah, he went up there and went, okay, let's just try not to fall.
Yeah, let's just try to make this one. And gets the good score, though. He's out in front, 7.5. Compare that with his 0.23 and add those together. Masa Motohashi in second. Nolan Keolana and Alex Hershadi, no waves yet. They need a 3.68. And heat number 2, getting ready. I mean, all these heats are getting to be very stacked. We've got Cody Kerbox coming up, Kainoa Teixeira, a young Brazilian on the rise, and Hawaiian veteran Keali'i Mamala, and then Jesse Brown from the trials, carrying that momentum all the way through, going to be in heat number 2.
Lee Boy gracing us with his presence here at North Shore at Sunset, which is another one of his favorite waves. We had a competitor in yellow there paddling for that wave, but was unable to get it. Actually, probably could have caught it, but opted not to because there's a smaller wave on the inside where, as we've seen earlier, it gets all chunky monkey in there and not so much fun. So I think that was a smart decision. Plus, we have a lot of sets coming in out here. Out back, looks like he may actually get himself into position for an even better wave than that, which is always a good thing as a competitor. You always want to get better.
Well, just about 13 minutes remaining. So in these 25-minute heats, that time starts going quickly once you get below the 12-minute mark and past the halfway point. So no waves yet for yellow, no waves yet for blue. They need to get going as there's been a lot of opportunity, but just finding that right spot, the sweet spot for the takeoff zone is part of the challenge here at Sunset Beach. And like we've been saying, it is a lot easier said than done. And, you can look out there and go, why don't they just catch that wave right there? And it's really hard to put yourself in that spot. Look at White.
Oh, he went for it. Literally took off in the barrel, going straight, hoping to make that.
That was Banzai Kamikaze, Japanese
what we like. Look
surfer
at this
Masa Motohashi.
So see the inside of the wave just barreling, nice and wide open. That's why he risked that takeoff. By far, Rocky, the biggest waves or biggest sets, not just of this heat, but since I've been here, for sure, the biggest sets of the day there. The problem with that is most times they are the bigger, more what we would call freak sets. So most times the competitors are not going to be in position for that, which is a bummer because as you can see, those are some of the most wide open waves. There's an open face with the open inside section here where a lot of the waves are just big fat takeoffs. And those would have been definitely potentially excellent range scores.
Yeah, and at this point, you want to be up and riding on something, especially if you haven't got any waves yet. You'll take a shoulder. You'll take whatever you can get to at least get a score on the board. So Nolan Keolana in the blue and Alex Kershati in the yellow, now with under 11 minutes, are hard-pressed to find something for a score. Masamoto Hashi, what you talked about being a little bit out of position because those waves take a long time to come in. He was right in the zone of getting crunched, but he had to charge and try to get that one. And sometimes you never know till you try go. And now he knows, and he got blown up.
Well, we appreciate the effort, though.
Yes.
Totally. As surfers and competitors ourselves, we know that when you're in the water, you basically have to put it all on the line. It's not about, well, for now it's kind of sort of about advancing, but as a competitor, everybody always wants to win. It's mostly about winning, and even if it's just a nondescript heat like this where there's no elimination because there's a double elimination. Here we go, Kyle Vaz out the back, our reigning world champion in blue with a big takeoff and a big peak there. We'll see if this wave allows him a little more maneuvers like he had in the wave prior to this. We have yellow pounding outside as well, trying to take off in an angle to avoid that big heavy drop. Here on the inside, Kyle Vaz drops the turn right there. And exits the barrel. Looked like he was setting up to do a big turn. As he was going up, he realized that that thing was going to barrel and ended up doing a check turn, which was a perfect little stall to get him just far enough behind to bury the big board in the barrel, which the judges and us as competitors and fans want to see. We want that big board to totally disappear. We don't want him in the barrel and see him the whole time. We want them to do what they call the disappearing act.
Yeah.
And he did that on that wave, Rocky.
Well, not only fitting the board inside, but you've got a 6 or 7 foot paddle that you also got to figure out what to do with when you're in the barrel. And Kyle Vaz showing why he's the reigning world champion, putting it all together on that wave right there. What a score coming in. We'll get that to you shortly. 8 minutes, 35 seconds. Safe to say everybody's going to be running for second place.
Exactly. No doubt in my mind that's going into the excellent range. Not only will it be in the excellent range, but it will be by far the highest score of the day so far, Rocky.
And scores coming in, trickling in right now. And we'll give that to you.
Get him, Lee boy.
And there goes Kili Momala. And our surfer in red, Cody Kerbox.
Get him, Cody. Good luck out there, gentlemen. Put on a show. That's what we're here for.
And putting on a show, that was Kyle Vaz, first heat of the main event. And we talked about the level of surfing getting elevated here in the main event. Kyle Vaz being true to that, and as the reigning world champion, putting on quite a show with the best 2 scores of the day. Last score for red, a 9.33. Red, you're in first. So a near perfect score for Kyle Vaz in the 9.3 range. Has him in first place. Masamoto Hashi holding on to second. Nolan Keolana and Alex Kershati, no waves yet. They each need a 3.68.
Here we go, taking off outside. Looks like our competitor in white, our Japanese competitor, Masa, again, taking off a wave that starts off really big and ends up with a really, really long drop. There's a big mid-face turn there trying to get back to the power of the wave. This wave keeps fading back. Now he comes to this inside section. See if he can get a turn. He gets a little turn off the top there, waiting for a little more action to happen so he can get a little more vertical snap. There he goes. Gets a nice top turn there. Looking for a little more. Might get something to sneak on the end here, but no, exits the wave cleanly. Although there wasn't much action going on that wave, Rocky, it will be a scoring wave, probably in about the average scoring range. It will definitely get him be somewhat of a decent backup wave. Like we said, everybody's fighting for second place after Kyle Vaz's 9.33.
So Masa will get that score. He'll add that to his 3.67, and he'll be solidly in second place. So that was smart surfing there from Masamoto Hashi with under 7 minutes remaining to get that second score on the board. Alex Kershati looks a little bit lost out there in the yellow. It could be a fatigue factor. He's already surfed 2 heats today. And like we said, this round, there will be no losers. as top two will advance to round three. The bottom two will be headed to a consolation round. So it's double elimination from here. So no real consequences for third and fourth just yet. And it is nice, however, to skip over to round three. But Alex Kershady, we will be seeing him again regardless. But he's still got a chance in this heat as he's trailing right now in third place. And he needs a 7.94 to go to second. Last score for Massa in the white was a 4.27. So solidly in second place. First place is red, Kyle Vaz. He has comboed the field.
Solidly in first place, would you say?
Very solid.
Obviously. Yeah, and as a competitor, I love the thought of this format. And what it does is it's hard to always be on your game, especially in these type of conditions. It's so trying, and just the competition, the thought of competition alone is so much more stressful and puts so much more stress on you mentally, physically, and emotionally that you could maybe surf once or twice, 2 20-minute heats, and just be totally exhausted by the end of the day. Or I could go surf pipe for 4 to 6 hours and not be anywhere near as tired as I would as when I'm competing. So that non-elimination round is a beautiful thing because if you have what the Aussies call a shocker, mate.
If you have a shocker.
A shocking heat, meaning that you did not get in the groove. This kind of lets you, what's the equivalent to golf, a mulligan. Kind of you take your mulligan, shake it off, get all that bad juju out, and come back.
Speaking of, that guy must have been a horrible golfer, whoever Mulligan is.
The fact that they named it after him could not be a good thing.
John Mulligan,
you know,
the worst golfer in the world.
When certain things are named, it's an honor. I'm pretty sure I'm going not an honor with that one.
Yeah. How would you like it? That was a bad shot. I'm going to take a McGee. That would be crappy.
Well, that would actually be totally realistic. You could change Mulligan to McGee. That's how bad I am. I literally played once, made it to like the 12th hole, and it was over it. I became the designated cart driver.
Designated driver.
And you know what cart I was driving, right? The cart that had the cooler on top. Chee-hoo!
All right, so we got about 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this first heat. Kyle Vaz out to a commanding lead with a 9.33 and a 7.5.
Wow, by far the two highest scores of the day of competition so far.
Yeah.
But the highest total combined, which is just putting the rest of the heat, literally he's got 18, they've got 10.
Right.
Right? What's second place at right now?
Second place is at a total score of 7.94.
Oh, wow.
So he has comboed everybody.
Massa, right, on that wave, didn't do anything extraordinary. It's not to put him down, but he surfed smart and he surfed safe because he knew what his competitors were not doing. And what everybody was doing was falling, which happened to him on the wave before that. He took off and got barreled going straight. So he made a conscious decision on that wave. He wanted to put in some turns, some power turns, but it didn't. The section didn't make itself available. So instead of going crazy and possibly falling, let's say he did a few safe turns, but he got the score he needed, and he's solidly in second place with the amount of time he got left. Of course, it's not going to take too much more for third and fourth place to pass him, but with as much heat waves that they had in the beginning of that heat, there's a good chance they're going to run into a lull at the end of the heat, which looks like they're running into now, and the time's counting down really quickly.
Yeah, we're down to the 2-minute mark, and Masamoto Hashi is in a good position to be advancing to round 3, which in this situation, you're not really going to chase and try to beat Kyle Vaz at this point, but you're going to try to maintain your second place position and keep yourself in that advancing spot because the top two are able to advance on into round 3. The bottom two will head to the consolation round, which is essentially will be round 2. But Kyle and Massa in a good position right now with less than 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
Photobomb.
Under a minute remaining. Under 1 minute.
They're going to look at their pictures and go, who's that dork in the background? That was Rocky Cannon, by the way. Again, Kainoa McGee here live with you with Rocky Cannon. If you are not here, you can watch us, or let me take that back. If you are here and your friends and family cannot be, text them, email them, call them, tell them watch us on immersedtv.com. They can watch the live broadcast, immersedtv.com. Myself, Kainoa McGee, Rocky Cannon, be entertaining you all day. Hopefully it's entertaining. Sometimes we surprise ourselves and we actually make you laugh every once in a while.
Hey, and we got some entertaining surfing going on in the water right now with the first round of the main event. End this heat number 1, and we're going to move right into heat number 2. So non-stop surfing action all the way to 4 p.m. today.
All right. That concludes heat 1 of round 1 of the main event. We have 12 heats in this round. This is, as Rocky has been saying all day, a non-elimination round. What that means is our top 2 placers, which was Kyle Vaz and Mr. Masa from Japan, are going straight through to round 3. So realistically, they're probably not going to have to surf till late the next day of competition or early the third day of competition, depending on how the waves hold up and how much heat we are able to get through. We are definitely going to run through all of the heats up until 4 o'clock today. We do not know what heat that will cut off at. We will let you know as the day goes on, but as we get closer to the end of the day, we will have a better idea of what heat is going to start the second day of competition. So
all right,
pay
and
attention.
we are in heat number 2. We are in heat 2 of round 2, and we need that second white drone to return to the beach.
Unauthorized drone, please return back to the beach.
We do have our BB gun ready to shoot it out of the sky. I wish. Oh, man, that'd be so fun.
I bought my rifle.
Yeah, you're 22?
I got him, boo.
All right, let's try to peg that bugger. Pull! Skeet shooting. And up and riding out the back, that is red. That is Cody Kerbox, part of the Kerbox Surfing Ohana.
Yeah, I know his father, he was my roommate.
He was a Sunset Beach champion himself,
yes,
right here. Back in the 1980s.
One handsome bugger too, but he was model for all that kind of stuff. He was the pretty boy.
modeling.
That was him.
Buzzy Kerbox. Google him. This is Heat 2, Round 2. Cody Kerbox in the red. Kainoa Teixeira. Heat 2, Round 1 of the main event. Cody Kerbox in the red. Kainoa Teixeira from Brazil in the white. Keali'i Mamala from the Big Island in the blue. And Jesse Brown from the trials round is in the yellow. Heat number 3, please check in. Justin Holland, Nainoa David, Kala Alexander, and Austin Kalama. Please check in.
So for those of you watching, this was myself and Rocky. Go get him. All righty. Mr. Kalama there. I don't know who's the most nervous, him or Dad. Being a father of athletes myself, I'm pretty sure it was more me. Because I can't do anything about it. And if they don't do what they're supposed to do, like wring their neck. What you doing out there? Go and find it. Catch the better wave.
Once again, heat number 3, check in. Justin Holland, Nainoa David, Kala Alexander, Austin Kalama.
Whoo!
Stacked heat
That
again.
bugger get some reapers inside. So we got red. Cody Kerbox up and riding. Goes for a little turn, rebounding off the whitewater here. Here's a more roundhouse style turn, puts it back up on the whitewater. Little smaller turns on the inside on a smaller wave. Did not see what happened on the outside. That's my bad. We'll see what the judges, what score he gets for that. Right? Okay, here we go. We got Kyle Voss here paddling up the beach. Give him a big hand, folks. That's our competitor.
Good job, Kyle.
Combination of 18 points. By far the highest score of the competition. The two highest scoring single scoring waves, 9.33 and a 7.5. Both in the same heat. So to say his competitors were at a disadvantage after his first two waves, which his first wave was a 7.5 and the 9.33 came on his second wave. Say that they were at a disadvantage after that is the understatement of the year.
That was domination.
Yes. Again, he is the reigning stand-up paddle world tour surfing world champion. So he is here fighting to defend that title. Definitely wants to go back-to-back. But we have a whole bunch of other competitors that do not want to see that happen. We have Mr. Kala Alexander here walking up on the beach in blue, getting ready to jump in the water for his next heat. Kala Alexander from Kauai originally, but now living at Sunset Point and has been here probably just as long as he's lived on Kauai as well. One of our top competitors, not only in stand-up paddle, but does a lot of shortboard stuff at Pipeline and big wave stuff, all that big wave, crazy paddling stuff.
That's a very common occurrence here on the North Shore. Sirens flying by in both directions as the waves do a lot of damage here on the North Shore.
And let's make it clear, that doesn't just happen to the inexperienced surfer. It happens to the more than experienced guys as well. Nature, surfing, the waves, and especially here on North Shore, all have a mind of its own. And we, as surfers, try our best to compete with nature. And a lot of times are successful, but it only takes one time to be unsuccessful for it to not feel good.
Scores for Cody Kerbox coming in. First score was a 193. Second score was a 4.43. So Cody in the red in first place. No other surfers in the heat with scores at this point. It's 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Go all the way around. Yeah. I would just jump in right here and lie down. I don't even know why they're standing up. But you get extra points for stand-up paddling out. You only get points for stand-up paddling on the wave. But I'm like this. Because when you do a stand-up paddle contest, all of a sudden your legs just start getting all freaking wobbly. But that's what you just said at the beginning of the heat. Your legs is just all going already. So looks like we have here Rocky, our competitors all paddling out for the next heat. Round one, heat number 3. Masa, congratulations. Number 2, you advance all the way to round number 3.
Niban.
No need surf next round.
Justin Holland.
Looks like we have our official drone here. Everybody give him a big shaka. Matt Schweitzer there, brother of Zane Schweitzer, running the drone. Oh, that thing looked like something out of Star Wars, bro. Fancy, huh? You. Nice.
And Justin Holland coming back from injury. We'll be seeing him in heat number 3 in the red jersey, heading out right now.
We'll see if he has any more luck in that shore break we were talking about, Rocky.
Well, he's choosing the right spot to paddle out. It is virtually nonstop waves here in the shore break.
Looks like he has his caddy right next to him.
Yeah, that's
Here we go.
Shakira. And
Synchronized paddling. Let's see how this works. Looks like a good timing to me there, Rocky.
yeah,
compared
it's
to
all about timing. Right here,
compared to some
Shorebird.
of the timing for the other competitors, I say leaves something to be desired. Oh, gotta get what?
Go,
Secura's
go,
clear.
go,
Secura's
go,
clear.
go.
All right, Justin made it through. Still got that little Val's Reef, or I don't know, what is that reef called?
Oh,
right there,
parking
Rocky?
lots.
Parking lots, that's what it is. Oh, here we go. Competitor on the outside.
Oh, way outside.
Way big
somebody just
takeoff.
went over.
Somebody behind him not happy right now.
That's Kainoa Teixeira up and riding, and he
And
goes
he's
down.
So like we were saying, looks really easy from here, but that whitewater on the edge of the whitewater, actually at the end of the wave, is very, very strong. And as you can see, a lot of our competitors get there and are fighting, basically holding on for dear life, trying to stay up on that board. And most times are unsuccessful.
Yeah.
Sunset is one of the most world famous waves here on the North Shore, which they call a 7-mile miracle from Haleiwa here to Sunset. It is one of the waves that can make or break a career, as is Pipeline and Haleiwa. It runs, I think, in a close second with Haleiwa, with Pipeline obviously being the first.
Yeah, the Vans World Cup of Surfing held here every November for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And, of course, many qualifying events for the World Surf League right here at Sunset Beach. And then this event here for the stand-up paddle surfing, we've seen a lot of guys make a big charge and a big name for themselves on this world tour at this particular event at Sunset Beach. And, anytime you can get a big score, even that one memorable wave. I mean, Pomai Ho'opili, one of those first years with that grab rail, just inside bowl, crazy barrel ride here at the stand-up world tour at Sunset Beach Pro has been the subject of many conversations over the past couple of years.
Outside, Rocky, way behind. That's literally at Sunset Point, that one there. Competitor in yellow grabs a rail there as he tries to do a big cutback. We have Jesse up and riding. Big section in front of him. Let's see if he can gets a nice short turn off the top and then gets hung up.
Oh.
As you can tell, we've been talking about that all day, people. That wind is definitely not an advantage when it's blowing straight at you that way. And like I said earlier, I probably outweigh a lot of these competitors by at least 100 pounds. And it's hard for me. So imagine how much harder it is for them. These boards are a lot bigger, although if you look at the tent over here, the Red Bull tent to our right, I always have to laugh because their boards are so small, I can literally use them as surfboards.
Well, these boards are meant to be stand-up paddled, so they're wider than the conventional surfboards, so they do have a lot of surface area for catching that wind. And we saw that right there, Jesse Brown trying to crank that off the top turn. It was a great idea, a good attempt, but just got a little bit too high in the lip, and that wind pushed him out the back of the wave. He'll get a score, but right now everybody chasing Cody Kerbox in the red, currently in first place.
And that was unfortunate because he did a decent turn before that. And had he made it down the drop of that wave, that would have put that score on a whole different level. Definitely, I think, would have got into the higher average range, being at least a 5 or so higher, as we saw other competitors making it through with 3s and 4s, Rocky. We had our competitor from Japan, Masa, actually getting into second place with a total of less than 8 points, where his competitor in that heat, Kyle Vaz, who was the winner, had 18 points. So he literally had 11 points more than the second place competitor. So it goes to show you that surfing smart, there's a lot to be said about surfing smart out here on a day like this with the conditions the way they are. We're seeing more so that the smart surfing is what's getting them through.
Well, and it's not always about the most talented surfer here at Sunset Beach. It's putting yourself in the right spot.
Here we go outside. Speaking
And
of talented surfer.
That's Jesse Brown. Finds another wave and cranks it pretty good on that inside section. He's going to have more opportunity. And meanwhile, out the back, no riders.
Here we go, trying to pull in here. Oh, gets past that. So open face here and see if he can do some turns.
And this is
Nice.
Jesse's third heat already.
Literally
so
within the last 2 hours.
he
like
has been
he's gone
working hard.
Back to back to back. He
To
literally
back.
went out, came in, grabbed the jersey, paddled back out, came in, grabbed the jersey, paddled back out, and came in and paddled out for this heat. So he's done more surfing now than all of you sitting on the beach have done all day, or will do all day.
Or all year.
So,
But yeah, Jesse Brown, man, he's in shape. He's in condition. You saw him come up the beach. He's a warrior. And right now he is putting himself in a good position to be in the top 2 and advance to the 3rd round and then have a good, long, deserved
big
rest.
And a good thing about that as a competitor is if you just keep going and going like that, you don't have time to think. You don't have time to get tired. By the time he comes in from this heat, regardless of what happens, it's going to hit him. And then he's going to be like, oh,
He's going to sleep really good tonight.
okay, I stay powerful now. And so that's one of the advantages, I guess, to having heats just go like that. Sometimes it's better because you don't have time to think of anything else. You get in the water, get out of the water,
You just carry that momentum right along through, and sometimes that was Keli Mamala had to jump through the back of that wave.
And Kili Mamala is a very, very experienced. He's probably as experienced a big wave rider as you will know or as you will see. And, somebody went left there, which I highly advise against unless it's the end of your heat, and just got pummeled. And now he's going to get this next set on his head. And, that was a good left right there.
That was doable.
Right, that was definitely a good wave.
Ooh.
He jumped up off his board, got up so he could get under the water. Other thing, too, because these stand-up paddle boards are so big, Rocky, they're basically like an anchor. So the best you can do is go underwater and just hold on, and whatever happens, happens, because you have no control over it, because the board and the wave determine what's going to happen to you and what you can and cannot do. So these competitors not only are fighting against each other to get through the heat and to win the heat, but Cousin Dave, how's it? But they are also fighting the conditions out in the ocean, which are even harder. Sorry about that, no, let me get your food over here, but we still hungry, so we'll give you a rain check on an IOU on that one. Hey, Water Patrol, can you check on our competitor over there by Boneyards? Water Patrol, check on our competitor. Oh, there they go. Right there. Good job, boys.
So this is the thing, basically this is what they're figuring out is Jeffrey's supposed to trials first, second, third,
Okay. Woo! Look at this set, people. This is by far the biggest set of the day. It's basically rolling. And look, the lefts were the best of that whole set because it was literally coming in that direction.
You take a look at the flagpole right here. That is
Wow.
about the height of the waves
Or
right
at
here
least.
to your left.
At least that high.
It is real Sunset Beach, and please do not swim today like these kids are right here. They do this very often, so they can handle, but it's no swimming unless you have extensive experience in the shore break here. So strong currents, dangerous shore break. Please obey the lifeguard signs. If you do need to jump in, you can walk down the beach to the right-hand side a couple of 100 yards, and there's safe swimming down there. Or you can head up to Turtle Bay Resort after the competition and swim in the protected cove right there at Turtle Bay.
Can we not jump on the ski to get it right back out if you caught inside? Because I know at Pike we do. All the other events we do. I'm not. I will check. Let me.
So we have a couple of loose boards on the inside. We have Keli'i Mamala's board is loose, broken leash, as well as possibly Cody Kerbach's. I see that Nash board that he's back to now, so red's back to his board. Blue, Keli'i Mamala on the back of the Water Patrol jet ski, back to his board. Connor Baxter paddling out to lend some support. And we're probably getting close to the end of this heat. Time check. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, 2:30 remaining. Cody will get a backup leash, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get back to the lineup with a chance to catch more waves. But Cody Kerbach in the red is in first place. Jesse Brown in yellow with some pretty good waves. So we'll see where he finishes up. So Jesse Brown is in second place. And a little bit of what we call a yard sale is happening. Boards, paddles, bodies, all scattered about in the shore break. And we're under a minute remaining in heat number 2. Heat number 3 standing by. So Jesse Brown goes to first with his last score. So yellow in first, red, Cody Kerbach in second. 30 seconds remaining. Kainoa Teixeira in third. Needs a 4.37. Keli'i Mamala in fourth. Blue needs a 6.36. All right, so that is the end of heat number 2. We are now to heat number 3. Justin Holland in the red. Nainoa David in the white. Kala Alexander in the blue. And Austin Kalama is in the yellow. Check in heat number 4. Ban Rodigger, Casper Steinfath, Tehotu Wong, and Marcio Grillo. Please check in for heat number 4. Unofficially advancing out of heat number 2, Jesse Brown in first, Cody Kerbach in second, Kainoa Teixeira in third, Keli'i Mamala in fourth. So you're watching the Stand Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro First event of 2016 for the Stand Up Paddle World Tour. And if you're looking for professional surfing on the North Shore, you have found it right here. Day one, round one of the main event of the Stand Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro.
Okay, Rocky, so I have official confirmation.
Okay.
Water Patrol and competitors, please pay attention. If you are stuck inside, like with that last heat, if you are stuck inside without an equipment breakdown or without equipment failure, you are allowed to jump on the back of the ski. The ski can take you over to the channel or come to the beach to change equipment, take you back out in the channel. It cannot take you back out to the lineup, but the jet ski can assist you and take you to the channel. So again, Water Patrol, if you can hear me, you guys can assist the competitors out of danger and put them in the channel and they can paddle back out. There doesn't need to be an equipment failure in order for you to assist them. If they want to come in and change boards, you can assist them with that as well. Just do not take them back out to the lineup. You can take them to the channel.
Yep, so the channel being the area right in front of us here where the waves are subsiding, and that is the alley, if you will, or the pathway to get back out to the lineup so the jet ski can bring them laterally along shore to the channel, but not advance them out towards the lineup. So some clarification there on our Water Patrol assisting policy. And if you are stuck in the impact zone, more towards the right-hand side of the break here, you can get assistance over to the channel, but you must paddle back out under your own power.
Also, if you are in need of assistance and there is somebody in a worse situation than you are, the Water Patrol and the jet ski are going to go to them first. So just because you're stuck inside doesn't mean you're going to get help right away. If you have a fellow competitor who's deeper and in worse trouble than you are, the Water Patrol is going to make the decision of who they are going to help first. And more than 99.9% of the time, it's going to be the person who's in more of risk of getting hurt or in some kind of danger to themselves or other people around them, meaning other competitors. So yes, you can be assisted. Here we go. Looks like we got taking off out there on that big peak takeoff. Looks like maybe a little wall lining up in front of him does not happen and gets eaten up by the white water all at the same time. I believe that was our competitor in white. That was, looks like Nainoa David.
So Justin Holland in red comes through with a score that we'll get the average for here. So first score for Justin Holland is a 283. Red is in first.
Hey, again, Nolan, I don't know if you guys heard, but you can assist them to the channel if they get caught inside. Mahalo, brother. Also, if they need to come in and change equipment too, you can bring them to the beach and take them out. So not much of a lull in the action here. Right at the end of that heat, Rocky, we had a big set coming, literally clean up all the competitors. And we're getting off to quite the bang right here with the start of this next heat with a whole bunch of waves coming in nonstop at this point. Here we go. We got competitor outside in blue, I believe. Kalal Alexander, talking about him earlier, Vice President of the Maui Ola Foundation. Originally from Kauai, currently living here on the North Shore and has been for the past 20 years or so. Competitor outside, nice big takeoff. Looks like in red.
Yep, that's Justin Holland.
Justin Holland. As you were saying earlier, Rocky, he's coming back from injury, correct?
Yeah, he had a pretty bad left leg injury that took him out the last part of the previous year. A broken femur actually was the case for Justin Holland. So he's back from injury, looking good on that last wave.
We have a competitor from the last seed in blue here, cousin Keali Imamala, taking pictures with his fans over there. Chew.
We'll see him coming up in round number 2 later in the event.
Perfect. Are you looking at the monitor now? Yep. We got a camera on us? No? Yeah, no. Okay. All day? All day. Okay, good. You? When I have orders, go over for us in a little bit here. Again, you are here at the World Stand-Up Paddle Tour put on by the Waterman's League. This is the 2016 version of the Sunset Beach Pro. Thank you guys all for joining us live. If you have family and friends who cannot make it live, have them join us on immersedtv.com. Again, that's immersed with a D at the end, tv.com. You have myself, Kainoa McGee, and Rocky Cannon entertaining you guys for today's festivities. The contest started at 8 o'clock, and we will run promptly to 4 p.m. And we will call it a day then and be back tomorrow morning with the call. So you need to pay attention every day to find out if we're running or not, because we don't know if we're running or not. Mother Nature and Keokua would decide that with the conditions that we show up to see every single morning. We also like to thank our sponsors. We got Red Bull, Turtle Bay, Surfer the Bar, JP Australia, Nash Starboard, and I'd like to thank our production crew over here, Rocky.
Yep.
Getting us set up here with our monitor. We got Christian producing everything. So if anything goes wrong, you guys can blame him, not us. Again, his name is Christian. That's Christian at watermanleague.com if you have any complaints. No, I don't even know.
As we're watching White head out for his heat coming up, that's Casper Steinfath from that great surfing nation of Denmark. And we've seen him perform well here in the waves of Sunset Beach. And he's come on strong with some great improvement coming from Denmark and competing here on the North Shore. And also joining him in the red, we saw Band Road Digger walking down the beach, and there's a live shot of Brother Band and his caddy, Fiona Wild. And they did some caddy work and competitor work in the trials round. It was Fiona competing and Band being the caddy, and now the roles have reversed, and Band competing in this round 1 of the main event. Heat number 4 coming up next. Some of the kids enjoying the shore break on your screen as well. So we are live, as Kainoa just said, on immersedtv.com. So IMMERSED TV.com, immersedtv.com, and watch live or enjoy it here on the beach. We are doing a simulcast, so we are talking live to the beach and at the same time talking live to our watchers and viewers on the web. As you see, city and county of Honolulu's finest on the beach right now. The lifeguards just responding to an incident down the way at Backyards, possibly at Phantoms.
Yeah.
With some big wave surfing going on there. They've got the first aid kit. We heard the sirens. Hopefully everybody's okay.
Hopefully everybody's okay. On a day like this, and literally on a winter like this, you never know. A lot of times the siren and the lifeguards, we show up as a precaution. Hardest working lifeguards in the world, North Shore lifeguards, by far. We like to send our mahalos, our respect and gratitude out to them. We had a competitor basically fillet his shin open this morning.
Yeah.
And they were kind enough to come over here and patch that up for us. Again, thanks to the boys over there, Paul Smith and Boozy Mendonca, for helping out, watching over Sunset Beach today. Not only our competitors, but for you here as well, our viewers and fans watching this competition. Again, personally, I'd like to thank the OhanaSurfProject.com for allowing Kainoa McGee to come and play with you guys today. You guys want to learn how to surf, shortboard, longboard, bodyboard, stand-up paddle, you can request at 599-7873. That's 599-SURF. You can request to go surfing with myself, Kainoa McGee, or you can go to Turtle Bay and look for Rocky Cannon. He can take you right here. And for those of you who are missing your four-legged friends, Rocky can also help with that. If you haven't seen his videos of his dog surfing, they are absolutely the most awesomest, coolest thing you'll find on the North Shore besides the surfing.
And here we go. This is Kala Alexander.
Alexander, right
Big.
down the road at Sunset Point, bouncing off the bottom. Like we were talking about, big waves of whitewater fighting, using that mana to stay on the wave. Here we go. Move way up on his board, Rocky, trying to get speed to make it through this section. Closes out of him whitewater-wise, but he did a lot of fighting, which he's still doing to stay on the board. Why did he keep fighting even if the waves already closed out, Rocky, while they're going straight in the whitewater? What is the point of that?
Well, you know, it's to complete the wave, to show the judges that you are in control. Control is part of the judging criteria, as we see yellow Austin Kalama coming off the bottom, down the line speed, and he's part of that Kalama Surfing Ohana from the island of Maui. And cranking a turn off the top, maintains his speed down the line. Good wave knowledge right there for Austin. And finds that big whitewater section, establishes the control, and finishes strong. Just what we were talking about right there, Kainoa.
Perfect. That timing for Austin on that wave for us couldn't have been better. That's just exactly how we planned it. Good job. Your check is in the mail, Austin.
Making us look
Basically,
good.
another thing I was alluding to about the competitors riding that whitewater all the way out, one, to control, to establish and show the control they have and that it was a completed maneuver and a completed wave. But the other thing, Rocky, is because there's a channel, the farther they can ride that wave in, away from the bigger whitewater on the waves and back of the one that they are on, it makes it easier for them to paddle out as well.
So there is a strategic side to riding that wave as far as you can in and across towards that channel that Kainoa is talking about, that pathway to get back to the lineup. So not only to maximize scoring, but also very functional for getting back to the lineup efficiently. And time is such an important concept when you're surfing a heat here at Sunset Beach.
Exactly. 25 minutes seems like a long time, but at Sunset Beach, because the paddle back out is anywhere, even if you just went straight to the beach with no issues from the waves, it's a minimum 3 to 5 minute paddle. Minimum. So if you look at a 25-minute heat, right, without catching any waves, if you just started from the beach, you'd have to paddle out 5 times. So imagine how much waves you can actually catch in 25 minutes. Realistically, 2 to 3 on average would be doable. If you got 4, you'd have one heck of a heat or one bad heat because you kept falling on the outside and was able to make it back out to the lineup. So realistically, our competitors are literally catching anywhere from 2 to 5 waves, and they're only catching that 4th or 5th wave because they fell on the wave prior and were able to get back out to the lineup. If a competitor catches 2 complete or 3 complete rides, that is a whole heat of 25 minutes gone with the snap of a finger, just like that. So that 25 minutes, although it seems like a long time, is in no way, shape, or form realistically enough time to catch really, really good waves. So you have to make the most of what you get out there and not fall.
Yeah, if you're looking at, catching waves that you're trying to get good scores on, you realistically have about, like you said, 2 to 3 waves is what 25 minutes at Sunset Beach at this size will realistically permit. So you really need to make each wave count is essentially the goal, and also to make your paddle strokes very efficient and get back to the lineup with as much quickness as you can, because it will be a long heat to try to battle against the waves. You want to work with the ocean. You want to be in rhythm with the ocean. As you see red Justin Holland out the back right now. And in white, Nainoa David was able to get a 5.5 and a 3.17. Kala Alexander's last wave was a 4.4. And he's got a 2.0 as well. Currently in third. He needs a 2.33. Last score for Austin Kalama was a 3.73. Austin in fourth needs a 3.01. So yellow in fourth needs a 3.01. Blue in third needs a 2.33. Red currently in second, and white currently in first. Just about 9 minutes remaining here in heat number 3 of round 1 of the main event. And waves stacking up on the outside. You see them on your screen right now, getting closer to our surfers. Justin Holland, only one in frame right now. And we'll see if this wave provides an opportunity. He's going to go over this first wave. Down the line further is Kala Alexander in a better position. And blue carving one turn. Now getting that reform section. Puts it on the rail off the bottom. And just gets engulfed in that whitewater, setting up for the barrel. Steps up, pulls in. He's in. And no exit for Kala Alexander, but charging points right there. Bravado points for Kala Alexander, stepping up on his board, finding that crashing lip, getting under it, but not able to come out, but he'll get credit for the attempt. And we'll see if he can get that 2.33 that he needs to get into second place and the advancing position. With just about 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Showing you the Hawaiian sky right now on our camera view. We'll get you back to the ocean shortly. Mahalo to Turtle Bay Resort, the big sponsor here, with taking care of all of our surfers throughout the entire winter surf season. Turtle Bay is the place to be for your Vans Triple Crown action, your Eddie Aikau action, and, of course, your stand-up paddle Sunset Beach Pro World Tour action. Turtle Bay is the headquarters of the surfing world here on the North Shore, and everything happening at Surf of the Bar is a lot of fun. Had open mic last night. Brother Cliff Botello was the host there. Had Pahale performing Hawaiian music. We're having a great talk story next Wednesday with Stuart Coleman and his latest. We're filming the sky right now, and Stuart Coleman and his latest Eddie Aikau tribute book, Hawaiian Hero, will be on display next Wednesday at Surf of the Bar for Talk Story.
Nice. That sounds awesome. Talk Story is always good fun. I had the fortunate and blessed honor to be invited last year around this time.
Yep.
To do a Kalama Ohana talk story, which was a good time. Here we have watching here live on our screen on the internet, Matt Schweitzer with his drone showing us the view from the sky, and that is, I don't get tired of that. Remember those views only came from the helicopter before?
Right.
But the helicopters are so big and windy that they couldn't get as close to the waves as these drones get, and I absolutely love this whole new, I guess, way to view surfing.
A whole new perspective, bro.
It's beautiful. And it doesn't inhibit the surfers from surfing in any way, shape, or form, which I've had a few run-ins with the helicopters where they do get too close and it affects everything. The wind blows out the wave.
Noise.
Very noisy, very distracting, where the drones are literally whisper quiet. And like I said, here we go. If we can get a competitor up, we can show you guys exactly what we're talking about. How beautiful. Look at this. How do you ever get a view like that without the drone?
You're just watching them
so
drop
awesome.
in. That's Austin Kalama.
Austin Kalama just speaking of that talk story that we had before was me, and it was
Oh.
myself and his father, Dave Kalama, that did the talk story, and Rocky Cannon was our host, and that was a great time. Um, Obviously, my last name is McGee, so you could be thinking, hey, how come they would have one Kalama Ohana stuff with one McGee and one Kalama? Well, story
Enlighten
behind
us.
that is my mom is a Kalama. She is actually cousins with Uncle Ilima, who is Dave's father. And my middle name is Kalama. So half my blood is Kalama blood from my mom's side. My grandfather on my dad's side is 100% Irish. My grandfather on my mom's side, 100% Hawaiian.
Hawaiian Irish, bro. I don't think you like to party that much.
Irish, cuz. Not at all. I never, ever, ever, ever indulge in adult beverages.
Hawaiian
Here we
Irish,
go,
bro.
Austin Kalama, a replay of his first wave.
Kamehameha Day, St. Patrick's Day, watch out. And every
Roger
other
that.
day in between. Yeah, it's a beautiful view of Sunset Beach, the iconic surfing venue here. A lot of history, a lot of tradition, going back to the Duke Kahanamoku days and the Duke Classic, all the way up through the beginnings of the Triple Crown and to present day where we have this great stand-up paddle surfing event. Here's
Here we
Kala
go.
Alexander. Speaking of history and tradition, this Hawaiian has a
Ay,
lot to
sos.
give to the community, but he does not give a lot to that wave. And that wave just... However, his previous score was a 3.0, and that moves him up to second place. So blue
That'll
currently at
work.
second. Red down to third. Red now needs a 3.51. Yellow still in fourth. Yellow needs a 3.68. Last score for yellow was a 2.93.
So as we can see here live, Rocky, we see our competitors paddling in a little further. As the sets have died down, they still all want to catch waves. And like we said, they've been getting through with 3s and 4s all day. Actually, a 5 would be a high score at this point. The only exception being Kyle Vaz, who had a 9.33 and a 7.5. So we won't count him. He doesn't count. He is not the norm for today. The norm actually realistically has been under 10 points, advancing and actually winning some of the heats and advancing in second place pretty comfortably, oddly enough.
Yeah, as we're looking at the view down towards Tower 25 at Sunset Beach. You've put in some hours there. I've put in some hours there as well. And, you know, here at Sunset, you wonder why the lifeguard tower is so far down the beach. It's because of the way the current flows, where a lot of your rescues end up right in front of that tower because of the lateral current that runs down the beach and then out right in front of that lifeguard tower. So a lot of times the rescues will essentially be coming towards you anyway, and so that's why the tower is situated there and has been for many, many years.
It's one of the few things that the city's done right. They put it in the right place. Because what happens if they put it in down here, right? We jump in down here, and then we end up all the way down there finishing the rescue anyway, and
Right.
there's no tower and supplies prior to now we have the, what we have is the ATV available that has everything on top.
Oh, Kaino McGee running the double phone action.
That's because I stay special.
Yeah,
I'm so special, I need help 2 times as much.
And some folks on the beach enjoying the views, taking some camera phone photos. Now the view back out to the lineup with our drone footage. And White having a look right here. This is Nainoa David. And a part of that very elite David surfing Ohana from Tahiti. And Nainoa working on his backhand, really making this wave, the most of this wave, and carving nicely off the bottom and off the top, putting it on rail, back to the whitewater, slamming it off that whitewater section.
Looks like he's setting up for something at the end, but it dies out. So, bummer that nothing happened at the end of the wave, which he was hoping to get one more turn in, but he is now in the channel, so the paddle out is fairly easy. I'm not going to have to go through any other competitors.
Hey,
or getting
guys,
stuck
you're on
inside. How's
TV.
it?
Yep.
Big Shaka, you guys got the camera
All
pointing
right.
at you. Welcome to Hawaii. Enjoy Sunset Beach. Please adhere to all the warning signs. Here we go, competitor on the outside again in yellow, Austin Kalama. Comes off the bottom, did a couple turns on the outside, looking for a barrel here on the inside. trying to get in there, but that wave does not cooperate. It does a little funky thing where it barrels kind of high. What you got for us, Rocky?
And we'd like to have Omri Hazor please check in with Mo Freitas. Omri Hazor. Omri, please check in, caddy for Mo Freitas. Thank you. So just a call for one of our caddy for the surfer in heat number 5. Right now we're just about the end of heat number 4. This is a replay of Nainoa David. As the end of heat number 3 is at the horn. So Nainoa David finishing in first place. Kala Alexander in second. Justin Holland in third. And Austin Kalama in fourth. Heat number 4 underway in just a moment. And we'd like to call Heat 5 to check in. Mo Freitas, Thomas King, Lucas Medeiros, and JC Shimahara. Please check in for Heat number 5. Long and yellow, Marcio Grillo will be rounding out the surfers in Heat number 4.
Yes. Yep, so just to clarify, we are going into Heat number 4. Up and riding, we have Kala Alexander from that last heat. Finishing his way to the beach, catching a wave. It's a good thing they've changed a lot of those rules, Rocky, from when we were younger. You'd have to lie down. I remember watching a lot of Pipe Masters events where they had the competitors lie down on their board, and it's like 10 to 15 feet pipeline. The last thing you wanted to be doing is taking off prone, lying on your belly,
On a
catching a
surfboard.
wave on a surfboard with the wave breaking over your head, literally. So I'm glad they've done away with that rule. As competitors, we know we'll ride the wave, stay on the open face, but not ride it as if we were in competition. It's basically just a way to get out of dodge, get closer to the beach,
Yeah.
and make the paddle in, the way in, a lot easier. Like I said, the good old days, they're not always so good.
So heat number 4 is underway. Brand Roediger in red, Casper Steinfath in white, Tehotu Wong in blue, Marcio Grillo is in the yellow. Check in heat number 5, Mo Freitas, Thomas King, Lucas Medeiros, and JC Shimahara. Please check in.
Again, congratulations in that last heat to blue, Mr. Kala Alexander in second place, and getting through that heat into round 3 in first place was Rocky. Who do you have there?
We had Nainoa David
Nainoa
from Tahiti.
David, our competitor from Tahiti. And so in the next heat, Tehotu Wong as well is from Tahiti. And we have literally the United Colors of Benetton in this heat. We have competitors from all around the world here.
Yep, we got Maui's Brand Roediger. We've got Denmark's Casper Steinfath, Tahiti's Tehotu Wong, and I believe Brazil, Marcio Grillo.
So kind of uncharacteristically for today, somewhat of a slow start to this heat, Rocky. Nobody's caught a wave in this heat except the competitors from the last heat coming in.
And a beautiful drone footage of the contest set up here for the Stand Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro. Day number 1 started the morning with our trials event. We had 4 competitors out of the 20 that entered and surfed in that heat. And the top 4 advancing into the main round. And Austin Kalama, sitting on the beach there, had come in from his last heat. Finished in 4th place. We'll see him in round number 2. And you see the trade wind breezes that are gracing us with their presence here, keeping us cooled down on this warm Hawaiian February day. And it is Aloha Friday, so no
Again,
work
right
till
there.
Monday. There's Kala Alexander, got 2nd place, advanced out
Second
of the
place,
heat.
Cap. So you're good to the 3rd round. And winning that heat in first place, Nainoa David, as we said earlier. But like we said, vet right there, Kala Alexander, to the North Shore, especially to Sunset. Probably the oldest competitor in in the water as well. He don't look it, though. He looked the same as I remember him 20 years ago.
Well, we've got Kainoa McGee in this event as well.
Yeah, I know that guy.
We've got Robin Johnston, one of the veterans.
There we go. Good job, Huh? Yes, sir. Yep.
Roundtree.
Wow. You're good for the rest of the day. Again, we'd like to thank Matt Schweitzer getting that shot there of Kala Alexander, or was that shot of Kala Alexander there with the drone. A big shocker from him. Again, like to thank Matt Schweitzer for the drone footage. We bring in some amazingly beautiful footage all day, not just from the beach, of the shots on the beach, but from the water with our competitors. As you can see a shot there, you got Tehutu Wong and Casper Steinfath just kind of paddling around. Rocky trying to figure out this lineup, which is always a hard thing, even when you're free surfing, and even more so with 25 minutes in a competition. And even worse is they've been watching all morning, watching unlimited amounts of waves coming in basically every heat, except for the beginning of theirs.
And when you see that drone footage, it really is a great perspective to show you how big that area is out there. You'll see competitors really far apart. They're kind of bunched up right now because there's been no waves ridden in this heat. They're all kind of gunning for that ultimate position. But, you know, when you see that drone footage, the area, the lineup at Sunset Beach, so vast. And it's very important to pick the right spot. And sometimes you just got to commit. You can't move around too much and try to chase it down. You got to kind of pick a spot, try to commit, and kind of make or break with that spot that you choose.
Be steadfast and strong in that belief that a wave's going to come in. And oddly enough, as we were talking about how the competitors, it was a perfect view of how we were saying they're bunched up at this time. And looked like a wave was coming, and I was wondering why nobody really paddled for it. And then as the competitors went over it, we watched the wave absolutely turn into nothing. Like it was like this, and then it just got, this wave obviously broke. But look, they're all in the wrong place. Right, there's some of our visitors here to Hawaii enjoying their time on the beach. Bathing suits, bikinis, squirt guns over there, shooting the baby. It's an unfair fight there. Don't worry, when she grows up, Dad, she'll get you back.
Oh, yeah.
See, and so you're watching here, Rocky, everybody is all bunched up, but nobody was in the right position for that wave. And one guy, our competitor in red, got cleaned up.
Yeah,
and so it goes to show you that all your experience, whether you're out here all the time or you surf all the time, really comes down to whoever has the best guesstimate.
Yeah, luck. A lot of the help and the factor here is being lucky in the right spot. Of course, preparation will improve your luck, but it really can come down to just a wave popping up where you are, and you get it, and you get that score, and that can change the whole dynamic of the heat in just one quick wave. As Casper Steinfath looks like he's in a good spot, and yellow. Marcio Grillo coming into the frame there.
So here's one in the front. This looks like something, definitely one of them we're going to catch. There may be a couple waves coming in the set, but they could actually be out of position. So it looks like Steinfast. Casper here takes off, was going to go right. Too far back to go right, ups to go left, comes off the bottom of the big bottom turn, looking for some kind of wall. Now he's looking out the back, debating, Rocky, and he made the choice to kick out. So let's see what happens if he lucks out and there's no sets. He'll be able to get out just fine. Here we have our competitor in yellow. It is Marcio Grillo from Brazil. As we were talking all day, just gets clipped by the little white water at the end, but that white water is so strong that it knocks you off every single time. We have a competitor from Tahiti here, Tehutu Wong, pulling a high line, and a wave just totally fattening up on him. And actually, I think fortunate for him, Rocky, that wave did that and he got out, so now he can get back up to the lineup. It basically turned into a closeout, and had he rode the rest of the wave, there was not much more scoring going to be done here.
And here's Ben Rodigger from Maui.
Maui
nice,
boy.
Good bottom turn, cranks it off the top. Kind of gets
leash
the leash
all caught up in his paddle.
in the paddle, but it doesn't phase him.
Out. There you go. Nice work. Another turn off the top here.
Ben.
Wow.
Good opening score.
So that'll be, obviously, because he's the only one that really rode a wave in this heat yet, be the highest score of the heat. The score itself won't be very high. It'll probably be anywhere between a 3 and a 4. But like we said, a 3 and a 4 is actually, so far at this point, a solid score. We have the Groms there playing in the shore break. We have our boys for the next heat getting ready to paddle out. We have in blue there Lucas Maderos, red Mo Freitas right there in screen now as we speak with his caddy behind him. Here we go, Tehutu Wong again from Tahiti, taking off on this big right, switches the paddle from left to right. The big bottom turn there, comes off the bottom here again, looking for a big turn off the bottom and get one off the top. Ends up doing a mid-face turn. Not much going on with that wave as far as getting top to bottom action in because it got fat on him. Okay, here we have Yellow taking off. That's Marcio Grillo, or Marcio from Brazil. Nice turn off the top there. Still a pretty safe turn. Like we said, sometimes, especially today, most of the competitors that were, let's say, being more safe were advancing through the heat. And, we as commentators and judges don't like to see people playing it too safe, but it's totally understandable with the conditions the way they are. I'm an advocate of it for it just for today, which I'm normally not. But the whole point is to advance through a heat. And if you're not advancing through a heat, you're doing something wrong. So they're playing it safe, and the conditions determine that to happen.
And Ben Rodiger is on the board with the best wave so far with a 4.5. As we'll give here, you saw him work it off the bottom very nicely, precise on the rail, very much in control. Gets a little caught up in his leash, but it doesn't phase him, and he comes out of that with the best score of the heat so far, a 4.5. And like you said, Kaino, we've seen those scores build together to put, a solid heat performance on the board to advance, and Bant proving that right now is out in front. Some waves coming in from Marcio Grillo, a 1.5 on his opening ride. Casper's opening wave, a 1.03. Tehutu Wong, still some scores coming in. His first score was a 0.57, but we still have to see his next score coming in, which it's very close for second place right now. Only a 0.94 required from blue.
His second wave will definitely put him into first place, no doubt in my mind. For sure, he'll probably anywhere between a 3 and a 4 for that wave. Got in a couple turns, like we said, more safe turns than actually really power surfing, which we know most of these guys can do. And it all comes down to being able to read the wave. Here again, Matt Schweitzer with our drone view shows you how big. Look at where the jet ski is and look at where our competitor is. Here comes our other competitor. It is so spread out there, Rocky, especially today with kind of a dying and building swell all at the same time, mixed up with two different directions. Here we have Ben Rodinger again taking off here in red, who has the highest score of the heat of 4.5. As long as he gets this, surfs this way with a couple of safe turns, that's a good safe start there. Get down the line and actually complete the wave. Pulls in for a barrel there. Oh, got a little too low. That's another thing with the waves out here. When you pull into the barrel, Rocky, you have to commit, like you were talking about picking a peak out there. When you pull into the barrel, you cannot do it half-hearted with a half-hearted attempt and kind of sort of get in. You either have to pull in and get high or not at all, because a wave, unlike, say, like a pipeline type of wave, doesn't normally break really top to bottom unless it hits that west bowl, which this wave was definitely far from the west bowl and was not going to be a wide open barrel. And in order to make it, like Kyle Voss did this morning, he got nice and high with full conviction and total commitment and paddle right through it. So we got Ben pulling in high, and then he kind of gets low right there where he needed to pump, one more pump to get on that high kind of chandelier type of barrel right there, Rocky. Here we have in white our competitor Casper Steinfath from Maui as well, which for you that have been following the World Stand-Up Paddle Tour is we have a lot of competitors that are from Maui, and a lot of them grew up kite surfing and windsurfing and took to stand-up paddling surfing very naturally. And so we have a lot of the younger competitors, top competitors 6-time world champ or 7-time world champ now with the paddling, Kai Lenny, as well as, you got Cody Kerbox, you got the Zane Schweitzer, Connor Baxter, and I'm sure I'm leaving out a whole bunch of names. And from Oahu, you got the Mo Freitas, Noah Janela. So that younger 20-something crew, mid-20-something crew are going to be formidable for years to come.
And we have Van Roediger logging in a pretty good score despite not making that barrel. That wave really. I'd like to welcome all of you watching live here on the beach for the Stand Up World Tour Sunset Beach Pro 2016. And also all of you watching live on immersedtv.com. Thank you to our sponsors, the Waterman League, Red Bull, Turtle Bay Resort, Surfer the Bar. Also our tour patrons, Nash Starboard, Fanatic, JP Australia, Rogue Paddleboards, Corban, Nakamakai, as well as 27 North, Sup the Mag. Advance from this round into round 3. You see the more experienced competitors able to control their output like that and not have to put it all on the line in round 1. And you see Kai Lenny do that a lot as well. He even talks about how he, in the quarters, I'm not pushing as hard as I am in the semis, and I'm saving it for the final. So really amazing how these athletes are able to have that much control over their energy output.
Another thing I noticed most competitors are doing out there is getting used to their equipment.
Yeah.
Because it's a bigger wave with deeper water, and it's a lot harder to catch these waves with their normal board that we would surf basically on a daily basis. Most of the competitors are going to bigger boards that don't turn as well, but give you more stability and makes it easier to catch these bigger, deeper water waves. And you can tell by a lot of the turns, they're not really putting it all in there. Like you said, they're holding back, and not just because of it being the first round, but the feeling out process. Because the waves have been so big the past few days, you couldn't actually come out here and surf anyway. So this first round, the fact that it's a non-elimination round is actually a good thing, because it allows the competitors like ourselves to kind of tap in and dial into our equipment and have a better idea for our second heat. If we want to stay with the same equipment, change equipment, meaning changing boards, changing fins. Here we got our competitor from Brazil, Marcio Grillo, taking off in yellow. Oh, does a couple turns there and tries to set himself up on the shoulder to pull into that barrel, and just catches one of the big chops that with this view here, you can actually see this on the moving sideways on the wave there. And unfortunately, the front of his board, the nose of his board, basically just purled right into one of those big chops. And he was unable to make that wave and fell, which obviously will affect his score. Regardless if he did any turn after that, it's what we were talking about earlier, where the judges want to see you complete the total ride. By completing the total ride, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a better score, but in their mind, they know that you're controlling everything you were doing and you weren't out of control. The wave wasn't determining what you were doing. You were telling the wave what you wanted to do, and that's what the judges and we as fans like to see as well.
And if we have could have the caddies to please pull back. Caddies in the water, please pull back into the channel. And
with the way this heat is going, Rocky, that is the channel.
Last score for Van Roediger was a 6.5, so he improves. Wow. And gets out further into the lead. Second place with that last score was yellow, Marcio Grillo. A 4.63 last score gets him into second. In third, Casper Steinfath. Casper needs a 5.86. And in fourth, Tehotu Wong. He needs a 5.86 as well. Blue is in fourth with less than 2.5 minutes remaining.
Also want to say a big aloha and what's up to Mr. Chris Lachonik over there.
Better Chris.
Surf Mag, Free Surf TV. How's it, brother? Thanks for coming out, for covering local sports. We always appreciate them being here at the beach and putting the contest in their magazine and getting it out there to the rest of the surfing world.
Yep, getting some great camera angles.
Couldn't couldn't do this without them. Have them shooting as part of the staff here shooting the event. It's very important to have. This is a very underrated part of surfing production as far as visual production, whether it's on the internet or live, is not anybody can just go ahead and shoot surfing. It actually takes a surfer to be a good either photographer or videographer. Oh, right there, Ben just went for it. That would have been pretty sick. A little fin release as the whole board comes out of the water, turns into a little air. But most underrated thing about videoing or shooting stills is surfing is being able to anticipate what the surfer is going to do and to make sure that you have your lens and your camera in the right place so that you can catch the action as it happens and not totally miss it.
Yeah, having that trained eye to see what the wave's doing, where the surfer's positioned, where he's going to be next. Anticipation, like you said, kind of very important for our photographers and surf videographers. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. Taking a look at the Red Bull tent and all of our competitors hanging out over there. We've got Connor Baxter cruising, Brother Riggs over there. And here is yellow. That is Marcel Grillo going left and trying to hold on to second place with now under 40 seconds remaining.
Whoa, we can't see it here. There we go. Big takeoff on the outside. I cheated and looked away from the monitor.
Hey, you bugger, you.
And I saw Casper Steinfath. Watch the replay of this wave. That takeoff was a nice big wave with a nice late drop. We'll see what the judges think. We just had a flurry of action. That's the most action we've had in this heat as the heat is counting down. So everybody's feeling the pressure. Everybody's feeling the need to catch a wave. I'm not sure what the judges are going to think about all those waves, but as soon as we can, we'll have our crack staff getting on it and showing us some replays here on the internet. And also, if you're here live, you can watch it on the internet, watch it on your phone, so you can watch the replays as well. That's what's the fun thing about being able to do this live broadcast, Rocky simulcast, over the internet and live here so that we can see the replays. Here we go. Casper Steinfath. Big takeoff there in the whitewater. Comes off the bottom. Does a little safe turn there with a lot of chop on the face. Doesn't want to fall, knowing that he doesn't need too big of a score, but wants to be safe and make the wave and get the score. And then this happens.
Oh, a little catapult off the front of the board as you see us right over here. Jose, this is our broadcast booth.
That's us, the photobombing in the back.
And everybody checking out the action live here on the beach. And heat number 5 is underway. And that is Mo Freitas in the red, Thomas King in the white, Lucas Medeiros in the blue, and JC Shimahara in the yellow. Check in heat number 6, Sean Pointer, Giorgio Gomez, Felipe Gaspar, and Dave Bainey. Please check in for heat number 6. And there's an iconic piece of footage right there. A coconut tree flowing in the breeze with blue skies behind.
Notice we say coconut tree and not palm tree because those are real, not transplanted.
Trees.
All right.
All right, so once again, an international affair for heat number 5. Mo Freitas from Haleiwa, right here on the North Shore. Thomas King from South Africa. Lucas Medeiros from Brazil. And JC Shimahara also from Haleiwa. So 2 Haleiwa boys mixing it up with a South African and a Brazilian. Coming up next in heat number 6, a couple of surfers from Florida, Sean Pointer and Giorgio Gomez, mixing it up with Brazilian Felipe Gaspar and Californian Dave Bainey.
Did you announce unofficial?
And unofficial results of heat number 4. It was Van Rodigger in first, Marcio Grillo in second, Casper Steinfath in third, and Tehotu Wong in fourth.
Throw it all over. Throw it all. We'll take them all. Why, you don't want us eating on the mic, Christian? It's super sexy sounding. We got snack time over here, a whole bunch of chips going on. So if we go silent for a while, It's because our mouth is full with food.
We got Cheetos, Doritos, Fritos, and more Doritos.
That's the only way to shut us up is feed us.
Just we're like feed the pigeons over here. All right, so heat number 5 in the water. No waves ridden yet, but that could change right here with yellow paddling. That is JC Shimahara taking off right under the lip, gets the crashing lip on his back, almost survived it, but was unable to iron leg that one through. So just a quick up and down start for JC Shimahara in the yellow. And that leaves red, white, and blue in the lineup.
As we've seen a decline here in the last 2 heats with waves, Rocky, what does the forecast look for not only the rest of the day but for the next couple of days?
Trending downwards and a possible new swell filling in maybe through the end of the weekend. So we could have enough swell for tomorrow to continue. We'll see it move more over towards Sunset Point, and the call will be made in the morning whether to go or no go. And then we'll see what happens through the rest of the weekend. But we should see this swell subside and then another swell start to fill in.
So I'm looking now on my phone at our Surf News Network app.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for the forecast for the next couple of days, and you actually nailed it right on the head. They're saying it's a dropping 6 to 10 foot swell today, 5 to 8 tomorrow, still dropping, and then Sunday it's supposed to come up with possible buoy readings of 10 feet, 16 seconds, up to 10 to 12 feet on Sunday, holding 10 to 12, occasional 15 on Monday, and then dropping to 8 to 10 on Tuesday. So I'm hoping, Tristan Boxford, if you're paying attention, I'm hoping that we don't run tomorrow, and hopefully that swell comes in, and we get the next 3 days of 8 to 10 foot or bigger.
But as you know, the rules for surfing competition here on the North Shore, Monday is President's Day, which is a national holiday, and there could be no competition on Monday as it is a holiday, and the rules on the North Shore state that those holidays need to be left for the recreational surfers as red.
Nice turn, Mo Freitas. That's the kind of turn we've been looking to see from our competitors. Especially for a wave like that. You could tell that he knew it wasn't going to be more scoring available. So he went for that big turn. The judges like to see that. More so because nobody else is doing it.
And there's a good look at the Red Bull tent housing some of our athletes there. Here's JC Shimahara. Nice carving turn with the paddle transfer. Looking down the line for more action. Nice off the bottom, off the top combo. Moves up on his board to crank it down back into the section. So good use of the weight transfer, and then goes up and over that whitewater, charging him. So the two Haleiwa boys, Mo Freitas and JC Shimahara, going back-to-back right there.
What, bro? Like challenge? That's what they're saying to each other. And even though Mo Freitas just had that one turn, looks like he got the better of that exchange. He utilized that wave and did the turn that we've been waiting to see all morning. So I'm happy that that happened. There we go, up in blue, our competitor Lucas Medeiros. I believe this is his first wave. Comes off the bottom. I believe he's also another Brazilian competitor. Goes for a turn off the top there, but is unable to hold on to that ride. He tries his best, but was unable to do it. Got caught up in the lip with the wave, oncoming wave at him, as well as all the wind and chop being created by that wind. Two competitors out there. We got White and Red, I believe, out there, Mo Freitas, maybe in position for this wave. If the camera pans over, we'll see. And yes, he is. Mo Freitas, regular foot. Like we said, Haleiwa boy taking off. Comes off the bottom here, looking for a big turn. Nice turn on top. We like to see that kind of commitment. Goes for a roundhouse there. Staying close to the power of the wave with the whitewater. Tries to go back up, but it breaks on him there. So smartly just turns away from it, avoiding the fall, completing the ride, being able to get the maximum amount of points for that wave. You hear the cheering and the whistling. Well, definitely the dad. We got competitor in white right now, Thomas King, just kind of chilling. This is a good and a bad place to be as a competitor because now you have the pick of any wave you want, but because you don't have any other competitors out there, it's kind of hard to gauge where you are exactly. So he's kind of deciding if he wants to stay more toward the Sunset Proper Peak or if he wants to go more toward the Sunset Peak, the Sunset Point Peak, or the peak in the middle. And at this point, kind of looks like he's chose to sit right in the middle of the two main peaks. With the direction that we have today and the size of the swell, the last few heats when the waves do come in are more close to that middle type peak and closer to the point. Okay, so we're going to go to the beach here. We got an interview with Casper Steinfath. All right. Casper is there with Chris Latronic. So tell us, how'd it go out there, Casper? How do you feel about that last heat?
Hey, thanks, Rocky. I'm just kind of baffled right now. You know, it's really great to be back in Hawaii. I haven't really seen the sun or surfed big waves for a long time, but it was really fun out there. Got a couple really good ones. I got a left. I don't know what I was doing on, but it was really fun.
Nice. Yeah, we seen you take off on that left, and when you took off, I was telling Rocky, I was commenting that, it looks like he's a little too far for behind from the right. So regardless if you went left or not, it was on that wave by far the best call. We couldn't tell from here the vantage point to the monitor, but did you get caught in a set on the way back out, or was that one of the lucky times that you got to paddle out without much issues?
I don't think I was not lucky. There's a huge set right behind. You know, when I took off on the wave, I kind of felt like I was too deep on the right, and something inside my head just said, oh shit, let's just try the left. And you know, it was actually a pretty good wave. There was a good bottom to it, and I could see the boneyard right in front of me. So I just knew I was in a bad situation. But hey, I was really appreciative of the jet ski driver that got me out of that situation. So it was good.
Yeah, definitely. Been there, done that. As goofy footers, we're always trying to find a good left, regardless if it's an all right wave or not. So I feel your pain. Well, congratulations getting out there this morning, getting back in the water, and go rest up for your next heat. Thank you for your time, Casper. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you, Rocky.
And Kainoa McGee. And as we see out the back here, this is blue, Lucas Medeiros. And Lucas, one of our talented Brazilian surfers, finding some room to work with on that wave.
Huh? This morning was bigger, like 8 to 10 feet this morning. Some of the bigger sets even bigger. So double that.
And Mo Freitas getting out the gates with a 6.83 and a 7.5. So red currently in first place, picking up where Kyle Vaz left off and getting some good scores on the board. Thomas King currently in second with a 3.67. JC Shimahara in third with a 3.6. And a couple of scores still coming in for Lucas Medeiros, so that could shake things up. Here we go, out the back in white, Thomas King. You see the wind really affecting that takeoff right there, and all that surface area under the board was caught in the wind and preventing Thomas King from getting down on that wave. And Thomas King able to get a wave. And there's a shot of the Red Bull tent and the crew hanging out under there. And red on the outside, Mo Freitas. Strong bottom turn right there and cranking it off the top. Good carving turns. Perfect style right here for Sunset Beach. And it just comes unglued on the last turn, but he's trying to improve on his low score of a 6.83. He is currently way out in front. Last score for yellow, JC Shimahara, 3.7. Yellow, you're in second. Stand by for last two scores of blue, Lucas Medeiros. And Sean Pointer from the East Coast, surfing out of Florida. One of our top competitors here has been in contention for a world title in the past. Always performs well in the Huntington Beach event over in California. Has yet to have a big result here on the North Shore, but definitely don't count him out. He is one of the guys to be reckoned with, as we saw blue, Lucas Medeiros, take a dive on that outside wave. And more waves stacking up. Look at that beautiful break-in wave on your screen right there, filling up your screen on immersedtv.com. You're getting immersed right now in some Sunset Beach waves, more out the back.
Beautiful. Wow. Definitely the best set we've seen maybe in the last 2 or 3 heats. Unfortunately, none of our competitors were able to get those really good waves that were nice open barrels like that. And Sunset itself is hard to take off on those waves from the takeoff and get barreled. We got some Nolan, jet ski assist right there from Nolan Kealana.
And
good
that
to see
man,
the competitors utilizing it.
That man in blue right there, Lucas Medeiros, is in second place. His previous two scores, a 5.0 and a 4.9. So blue is in second. White is down to third. White now needs a 5.73. And yellow is in fourth. Yellow needs a 6.2. So the level of surfing being elevated here by Mo Freitas and Lucas Medeiros.
Want to say a big mahalos to our water patrol out there, brother Nolan Kealana out there. Pohaku Stone running the crew today, I believe. I did not see him on the beach yet, but I believe they are set up further down. Looks like we got a competitor in the next heat in white.
That's Giorgio.
That Giorgio Gomez.
Getting some Ohana love from his sister Izzy. Some well wishes. Izzy, you're going to caddy for your brother? Izzy, are you going to caddy for your brother? No. Who's going to caddy for Giorgio?
Wow.
Oh, come on,
Just walk
Izzy.
away. Leave him by himself. No caddy. Where's the love? Where's the love?
She gave him a good luck hug.
And then she said, you're on your own.
You're on your own.
Damn, ruthless, girl. Just ruthless.
Hey, that's how you be world champ, eh?
That's the I love you, but kind of one.
Izzy Gomez, your reigning women's world champion and Turtle Bay Women's Pro Champ from last week.
Starting the year off with a bang.
Oh, yes. Now, she knows Giorgio is very capable out here. He's had some great performances in the past, and I'm sure he'll have no trouble finding one of his buddies to be a caddy. And best of luck to all of our competitors coming up in heat number 6. And Mo Freitas, farthest right in the red on your screen, the deepest surfer. Yellow JC Shimahara right there. Mo thought about that
here
one.
We go. See what happens here. Looks like we got a set coming in. Looks like the two Haleiwa boys, North Shore boys, are trying to psych each other out to catch that wave or try and make each other go. JC opted to paddle away, and Mo decided not to go on that wave. JC got caught too far behind, had to get out of dodge, literally just jump out of the way, shoot his board out of the way. Good thing it didn't hit any of the competitors. These guys are all professionals out there, so they should know how to be safe out there. And sometimes it's just not an option. You get
Some
caught
of our,
inside and too late.
Some of our fans enjoying from the beach, getting
Say hello. Hello, ladies. You're on camera.
good job filming with your phone right there. And enjoying the action. Our visitors from Asia.
That would be a safe bet, for sure. Here we go. Rocky, looks like we have another lull in action. And we're going to experience that more as the day goes on with this swell dying. It's always a crapshoot to figure out, to run the contest in the morning. Are the waves going to get too small? Obviously, this morning was a no-brainer. The waves were awesome. They were beautiful. They're a lot bigger than they are now and a lot more consistent. So at this point, definitely looks like that was the end of that swell. Whatever juice it had left, it kind of blew it out in the earlier rounds. And it's looking like this next few heats in this round are going to be much more competitive because there's going to be a lot less waves being ridden because there's a lot less waves coming in. So we're going to see what kind of decisions our competitors make as to where to sit, what waves to catch, and what they're going to actually do on those waves. As we can see here, Mo Freitas is stepping up in this heat as far as ability and performance. Mr. Madero's here taking off, had a couple good waves himself. Let's see what he can do with this. I believe he's currently in second place, and if he can ride this wave consistently, do a lot of turns without falling, he's going to solidify himself because I believe outside of Mo Freitas, everybody else's scores are still pretty low.
Yeah, we got Thomas King in third, and he needs a 5.73. That last wave of blue, not sure if that's going to help him out. He's looking to replace a 4.9, and that might have been not quite there on that last one. But Thomas King needs a 5.73, and JC Shimahara in the yellow needs a 6.2. So pretty healthy scores required from third and fourth to get into second.
Been a while? What's going on?
And last score for Red was a 7.67. And here goes Red on a nice one, cranking it off the top, throwing a lot of spray out the back of that wave, patiently waiting for that next section. And Mo with another carve on the inside, and now just kind of riding this one out. A little bit of a victory lap right there with less than 5 minutes to go. Red in first place with blue in second. And checking out some of our spectators down the beach towards the Red Bull tent. Hanging out on the Sunset Beach bike path. And here's a replay of Mo Freitas' last wave. Good, nice air drop right there. It leans into that bottom turn. And it cranks a nice turn as this wave shoulders off. It was a little bit of a cruising victory lap for Mo Freitas as he is currently in first place. But that last score, the judges like it, 8.33. So last two waves of Mo, 8.33, 7.67. He's throwing away a 7.5 and a 6.83.
What is the point combination for second place? It's a 9.9. So he's throwing away two waves that are more than second place's waves together combined by a whole wave difference. So it shows up the dominance, and it shows the criteria that the judges are looking for without a doubt.
Couple of beach walkers down there hanging out, enjoying the shoreline.
Yeah, you too. Look at the camera. But
And
so, like
back
I
to
was
the action in the water.
alluding to, Rocky, it shows exactly what the judges want to see. And although what we're watching from Mo Freitas is good surfing, it's still not even what he's capable of and what he's still got left in the bag.
Yeah.
So it goes to show you that just pushing it that little bit of extra on the turn, off the bottom, more committed, more powerful. The judges are loving it. Like look at the scores that he's getting. He just dropped his first 2 high scores from the last 2 waves he got, which are now his 2 high scores.
Right.
And he was already winning the heat almost by a combo. And he's definitely comboing them now.
Yeah, he might even want to just come in already.
Yeah.
Save some
come in
energy,
and rest.
save the equipment.
Save it all. Save it all.
Here's White Thomas King from South Africa. And cranking hard on his backhand, putting that one on rail. And it needs to really continue that style of surfing to get that 5.73 if he wants to advance into round number 3. And he kicks out, so we'll see that score coming in and get you the update. Less than 1 minute remaining. So that was a last-ditch effort there from Thomas King as we look down the bike path and see everybody spectating in their beach chairs with the binoculars and also with the
There you go.
And
Everybody down that way. Shakas, say how's
How's
it?
it?
Hello to the camera.
You're
Hello
on
to everybody
immersedtv.com around the world,
on the internet.
broadcasting to millions.
Saying hi. As you can see, if you're not here live, watching it here on the internet, you see all the beach signs up with the caution tape still out.
Yeah.
That's because it's been so crazy the past few days, and the shore break is still crazy that they basically want the water free of people. The beach, quote unquote, isn't necessarily closed today, but is actually still closed to swimming and wading in the shore because there's so much power in the waves that look deceiving. And to you and I, they're just like, we grew up in these waves, it's not a big deal. But for somebody who's very inexperienced, who's never done, been, or seen this before, it's literally life-threatening.
Yeah, these waves can pull you right off the beach into that shore break, and the current pulls off the shore and can get you in trouble in a hurry. That is the end of heat number 5. Heat 5 in the books. Mo Freitas in first, and we're standing by. The last score of Thomas King, not enough, so it is Lucas Medeiros who finishes in second. Thomas King and JC Shimahara will be to round 2, and Mo and Lucas will be moving on to round number 3. Heat number 6, stand by to start, and we're going to get you guys going underway very soon.
Again, that last ride there right under the horn was basically just to get in. That was Lucas Medeiros, who unofficially is second place, so he's going through the third round, so he'll be happy about that. When you surf Sunset, that's the start of heat number 6. But when you're out at Sunset, it's very, very hard to hear the commentators. It's very hard to hear the scores that we're reading. The people on the beach have that luxury. They can hear it. They can tell what's going on. But from the water, you kind of just keep surfing and hoping that you're surfing good enough. Most times for seasoned competitors, we know whether we're feeling like we did enough or not.
And there's Lucas Medeiros watching the Sunset Beach Pro, all part of the Stand Up Paddle World Tour, presented by the Waterman League, Red Bull, Turtle Bay Resort, and a host of other great sponsors that take this Stand Up Paddle surfing tour around the world. We go to Europe, South America, Japan, Tahiti, California, and of course here in Hawaii. Mahalo to those of you watching on immersedtv.com, IMMERSED TV.com. And if you're watching live here on the beach, we welcome you also and invite you to text or email or call your friends and family back home. They're probably just wrapping up their Friday workday. And you can let them know they can tune in to immersedtv.com and see the weather and conditions that you are enjoying right here on the beach at sunset on the north shore of Oahu, the surfing capital of the world. Iconic, historic surfing break here at Sunset Beach. And you can see why. Look at these waves crashing through, providing big wave surfing at its best right here on the North Shore. I'm Rocky Cannon, joined by Kainoa McGee. We're giving you the play-by-play on immersedtv.com and live here on the beach. We're doing a simulcast to the viewers on the web as well as our viewers here on the beach, trying our best to provide play-by-play action for the spectators and situations for our competitors with live scoring. First score for Giorgio Gomez was a 6.0. White is in first. First score for Red was a 4.0. Second score for Red, a 0.5. Red is in second. No waves yet for Blue, Felipe Gaspar, or for Yellow, Dave Bainey. 19 minutes to go.
Looks like we got a big set coming in here that is in red. Sean Pointer. Nice big takeoff. Whoa, nice turn off the top. So as you can see, what we were talking about earlier, Rocky, the level of surfing has definitely stepped up. Again, we are here at the 2016 Sunset Beach Pro. Myself, Kainoa McGee, and Rocky Cannon. I'd like to thank the OhanaSurfProject.com for letting me come out and play with you guys today. Want to learn to surf? Call 599-SURF, 599-7873. Tell them you like surf with Kainoa McGee. If not, go to the guide post at Turtle Bay and ask them for Rocky Cannon, and he's going to take you out on the North Shore of Hawaii. Me, I'll take you to Waikiki, my
yes,
backyard.
Sir. Kainoa McGee's Playground out in Waikiki, the capital of beginning surfing, where it all started with Uncle Duke Kahanamoku, and Kainoa carrying that torch of tradition out there. Look at Giorgio Gomez carving a nice turn.
Wow, that board, unlike a lot of the boards that other competitors are doing, his board looks like he's comfortable with it under his feet, as was.
Sure, we have Pomai Ho'opili. Check in heat number 8, Kai Lenny, James Casey, Jun Arigawa, and Slater Trout. Check in for heat number 8. Sean Pointer carving to the inside and finishing that last heat in first place.
All right, here we go. Competitors out back waiting for a wave in this heat. Looks like we got yellow and red paddling for that one. Yellow gets the better position, takes off. A nice big takeoff there. We lose him in the bottom there because the wave's so big. Comes off the bottom, tries to hold a nice high line and get in the barrel there. But unfortunately, the barrel did not cooperate with him and actually closed out right on him. Looked like that was going to be a really good wave, but right after he came off the bottom, it started racing away from him. So unfortunately for our competitor in yellow, that was Pomai Ho'opili, local boy here on the North Shore. Looks like we got the competitor who was actually trying to battle him for that wave before. In red, we have Poenaiki Raioha from Tahiti, I would say, right? That wouldn't be a hard guess. Love some of those Tahitian names, bro. So sick.
Got some folks enjoying the beach down the way in the shoreline, getting their feet wet. And going for a little rinse.
Nice feet. Nice feet.
Just be very careful. The currents are very strong here at Sunset Beach. Of course, the world famous surfing break right here at Sunset Beach. Also the site of many lifeguard rescues. Mahalo to our city and county lifeguards for doing the daily duties of beach and ocean safety here on the North Shore. And there's our water patrol, Nolan Keolana, with the Kanalu rescue team, Pohaku Stone and the gang. Mahalo, providing water safety today. As our
Here we go.
camera
On the outside, nothing. We got a camera panning, trying to find if I. Oh my goodness!
a lot of big, fast breaking waves out there.
That was beautiful.
And this is a great angle. Here goes White on the outside. Kai Bates, the young master from Australia.
Woo. So we got Red over here paddling, which is our competitor from Tahiti.
That's
Poe
Nike.
Nike. Raioha. And in yellow, we have Pomai Hoapili, local boy from the North Shore here. And I believe I saw out there in white as well, Mr. Kai Bates getting back out on the inside there. We got Tehotu Wong in the channel, caddying for his fellow countrymen. And there's our other caddy out there as
Ben
well.
Roediger.
That is Ben Roediger.
There's red and yellow on your screen. Poe Nike and Pomai. Checking out down the beach. Some of our viewers posting up an umbrella right there. Make sure that bugger is stuck in the sand good. Because the trade wind breeze is going to blow that bugger right down the beach. Could be a possible impaling object. And everybody enjoying that free vitamin D from the sunshine here on the North Shore. Izzy Gomez getting the sand off. Shake 'em out, shake 'em out.
Trying to get in front of the camera so we can say her name again. Good job, Izzy. Way to stay visible. Way to stay visible. It's all about marketing, sister. All about marketing.
Publicity. There's blue for the next heat. That is Jun Arigawa from Japan. Brother Jun is seated into this main event. We saw Shakira Westorp take his spot in the trials in the first round of the trials this morning. We're now approaching the 2 o'clock hour very soon. Heat number 8 starting to paddle out, featuring multi-world champion in the red, Kai Lenny. He'll be up against James Casey, Jun Adegawa, and Slater Trout. Rounding out heat number 8. Coming up in heat number 9, we got former world champion Leko Salazar. And one of my favorites to watch out here, Peo Lizarazu, making a comeback. Noah Janela coming up in heat number 10, one of our local boys. Bullet Obra from the Big Island coming up in heat number 11. Zane Schweitzer, Kainoa McGee, among others, coming up in heat number 12. We'll see how far we get down the line here with these 25-minute heats on day number 1 of the Sunset Beach Pro.
Looks like we got a competitor taking off outside, I think, Rocky. Let's see what there we are in yellow. Looks like it was a big wave from the takeoff. A lot of white water. It looks like Pomai up there. Pomai Hoapili up. Holding on, just trying to get through that white water to get to the shoulder. Did well to grab the rail there, Rocky, so that he wouldn't fall. Like we said, fighting to get at least to the channel to get that paddle out a little easier. And if he's lucky, he may get a little open face, which he does right there. And go, whoa! He did a what-a? Floater slash air slash cut back all at the same time.
Slash Bruce Lee karate chop. And some folks enjoying the view with their phone cameras down there. That's a beautiful pink phone that you have there. Lovely.
Say hi. Hello, ladies.
Aloha.
Everybody.
You're on
Don't
TV.
just smile. You can wave. Big shaka. Hello. Hey,
You're on
there we
TV.
go. That's more like it.
You're live on immersedtv.com, broadcasting to millions around the world.
You're famous right now.
I hope you're not supposed to be at work.
Hala, I'm going to tell.
To the lineup, as you see, Blue, the lone surfer on your screen.
A trincafero. Here we go. Mr. Ferro taking off in blue out there in the lineup all by himself. So it looks like our competitor in blue, Ferro, was paddling for a wave but was unable to catch it. Now is just basically out back by himself waiting for more waves to come in. As I cheat and look out into the lineup away from the monitor, seems that we have quite the lull going on right now.
Well, we've got some scores trickling in for Poinaiki, for Kai Bates, for Trincafero, and there's Kai Lenny being chased by the paparazzi. And Kai Lenny getting ready for his first round heat action. Of course, everybody in this round will be surfing again, regardless of your placing. Non-elimination round. And it is our only non-elimination round. On the outside, Blue, just a quick in and out right there. Oh, Kai, mean you airbrush. Who did that for you, bro? You did them yourself. The Polynesian style. And there's a board caddy for Kai Lenny.
We got a city and county zooming down the beach again. Looks like they're responding to something going on out there down the beach, Rocky. Of course, we have the finest lifeguards in the world here on the North Shore, NSLA, the North Shore Lifeguard Association. Again, people, be safe out in the water. If you do not know what you're doing, do not swim out into the water. Stay on the beach. We have our water patrol there, Nolan Kealana, bringing the ski up on the beach, trying to help him pull that up. But again, folks, if you're not used to this type of surf or surf at all, Sunset Beach is not the place to be learning that. So please be careful, stay high up on the shore. And if you are going to the water, please go to the water's edge and do not venture further out than that. The waves are a lot stronger and deeper right off the beach, so it'll suck you out and under right off the bat. So please avoid that at all costs. We want you to leave the way you got here in one healthy piece. Again, we'd like to thank the city and county lifeguards here out on the North Shore, as well as the rest of our island and islands at that. Without them, these beaches would be very, very, very unsafe. So it looks like, Rocky, we're going to get some action coming in on the sets out here. Looks like we're having some issues with our water patrol jet ski there. I'm not sure. Looks like it probably just died because they're not trying to get it back in the water. So thankfully, our crack lifeguard. Here we go outside. Jumped in over here. A fucking cracks all the way back up the beach. Kai's caddy broke the leash already. Or the leash just came off. We got sets on the outside. Nice big ones coming in. See who is able to catch this wave. We got all of our competitors, I believe, are in the lineup right there. You just saw a flash of yellow. Po mai kai ho pili from the North Shore here, looking at that wave. Oh, again, lunchtime. So if you hear us go dark for a while, it's because, like I said earlier, the only way to shut us up is give us food.
Oh, yeah. And all four surfers in your frame right there. And not much happening in the lineup with a little bit of a lull right now. There's little waves coming through here. You see them breaking in the foreground. And then out the back, yellow, red, and white, trying to track something down. Here we go, up and riding in blue. This is Trincafero. And Farrow finishes with that ride to the inside. So a Trincafero. And we are not able to get our live scoring right now. as we're having some internet difficulties. Here we go, up and riding in yellow. That is Pomai Ho'opili. And Pomai went for the man bun on this one. Get the hair out of the way. Go for the more aerodynamic action.
He went man bun on him. I got this, he said.
Here we go, up and riding in red. That's Poinaiki Raioha. Poinaiki, one of the top competitors from Tahiti. Yorana, he says right there, to that opening section of the wave. There's a drone footage right there showing you the broad, vast lineup area of Sunset Beach and where the waves are breaking and where some of our competitors are situated and the different lineups that they're using. We have some internet difficulties, no scores available at this time. There we go, we're back on. And we have Poinaiki Raioha in first. And Trincafero with that last score, he slides up into second place. Kai Bates in third. Kai needs a 2:01. Pomai Ho'opili in fourth. Pomai needs a 3:17. So still a very close heat. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. But it is Poinaiki Raioha with the opening ride of a 6:17. Here's Pomai Ho'opili. And Pomai, good drone footage right there. Skips out the back of the wave. And make sure you guys use caution down there in the shore break. Lifeguards have posted the dangerous shore break and no swimming signs, so swimming is not recommended at this beach. But we do have safe swimming down at Turtle Bay Resort as Pomai gets another wave here. On the inside, carves high, carves low. Dealing with the foamy whitewater part of that wave. And it went back to the hair down style. Possibly the ocean conditions forced the man bun to become untied.
He heard your comment. When he took it down.
Went back to the long hair.
Oh, he lost his rubber band.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. Poinaiki Raioha in first. Last score for Pomai Ho'opili, not enough to go to second. Still in fourth. Kai Bates is in third, needing a 4.44. And we're going to watch that last score of the previous score of Pomai. He went down the line and really just flew out the back of the wave. That wave closing out, so he got out of dodge and was able to get another score right after that. He's in fourth, needing a 5.59. And here's White. That was the opening ride for James Casey. Did a nice job carving on the outside, working this wave to the inside section where he was able to get a couple of more opportunities as that wave steepened up. And probably the best turn right there, that little tail slide, was the money turn. And on the outside, here's Kai Lenny. Multiple world champion in surfing, multiple champion in paddling, racing. So doing the World Championship 7 times for surfing and racing. And surfing with draw. And the carving down the line with a lot of speed. And out the back. Trout in this.
Some hamburgers, some cheeseburgers for us today. Of course, like I said earlier, it's the only way to keep our mouths shut. Or at least to stop us from talking. Got competitors coming from that last heat. That's in white, Kai Bates. And we got a competitor from Tahiti right behind him. Here's a replay from Kai Lenny's last wave. Nothing really happened on a takeoff. A nice turn back into the white water there. Comes off the bottom, goes off the top. Big turn, releases the fins. Kind of fat wave still yet, by world champ standards. But a decent opening wave. It's not going to be too high of a score, but it'll definitely get him enough to give him some confidence. Kind of get going in that hamster wheel. Ready to rock and roll. Outside in blue, looks like Jun Arigawa, our Japanese competitor, looking at that wave but opts not to go, which looks like it was a very smart decision. That wave didn't do anything. He would have spent a lot of time paddling for nothing, wasting his energy. As you can tell, just looking here at sunset, it is a lot of work just to surf sunset, much less paddling for waves you're not even going to catch. A big hand coming in on the shore here. Our competitor in red from that last heat. I believe that was Poi Nike. So he was our heat winner for heat number 7. Congratulations, Poi Nike. Going through to the 3rd round, brother. No second round for you. You just get to rest the rest of the time. So again, in this heat, this is heat number 8, round 1. Heat number 8 of the main event of the 2016 Sunset Beach Pro. This is the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour put on by Waterman League, and we'd like to thank all our sponsors who are here on our banners that sponsor these events throughout the year. Red Bull, Turtle Bay Resort, Surfer the Bar, Nakama Kai, Corban, Rogue, Stand-Up Paddle Boards, Red Bull, Waterman League, JP Australia, Fanatic, Starboard, Nash. I mean, we got a whole bunch of people supporting this, trying to make this thing happen and turn it into a really legit competitive tour and turn our athletes here into superstars. Again, we'd like to thank you for joining us, myself, Kaino McGee, and Rocky Cannon. We also like to thank the rest of our production crew here. Outside, taking off in white, is our competitor, James Casey. Goes for a nice big turn over there in the open face. Looking to set up another one. Little setup turn, getting him back closer to the white wire, to the power of the wave, and hoping he can get something off the bottom here. Gets a little check turn, but that wave gets kind of soft on him. Looks right here like we got some peak. Decides that he wants to kind of do a check turn and get down the line and hopefully open it up. A better turn there. Wave kind of unsettling the whole time. He was expecting it to do a lot more than it did. And so he paddles back out. That should be a decent score considering some of the scores we had today. That one should do just fine. It may even most likely count as one of his top scores. So again, this is a non-elimination round. So all the competitors, nobody loses today. So first and second move on to round 3. So they basically skip a round. And the competitors that were fourth and third place, they get to go back out in round 2. So even though they have to surf a whole extra round, it's still better that you get a fighting chance to surf again. So myself as a competitor coming up in Heat 12 with a really stacked heat, I got myself, Zane Schweitzer, Connor Baxter, and Jeffrey Spencer. Literally, to me, they're all kids. I could be their father. Literally, not even joking. My kids are their age. And so I get to go out there and compete with the young bucks. And me preferably being a bigger guy, I would like the waves to be bigger. So these sets right here make me happy. Again, the event started at 8 o'clock this morning, and we will run till 4 o'clock and get through as many heats as we can. Looks like the last 2 heats of this round may be the first 2 heats of the next day of competition. We shall see where we end up time-wise. But here we got taken off outside, 7-time world champion Kai Lenny from Maui. We lose him out of the screen there as he faded really, really far back. I don't know if he's still on the wave. And there he is. He pops up. Been doing a few turns. Nice snap there on the inside. Utilizes that peak right there. Not much in the peak as far as a lip. Makes a nice tight turn and utilizes whatever power that's there. Makes the most out of nothing. Seems like most of the waves so far in this heat for our competitors have been rather lackadaisical. And we will see if, as the heat goes on, they can start getting some better waves and do what they really want to do. Because as a competitor, as a professional athlete, our job is to show off for you out in the water. And the way to best do that is to obviously catch the best waves. So they are actually out there trying to do their best to entertain you as well as fulfill some self-gratification. And that's the most beautiful thing about wave riding. You know, soon as you're done with your ride, if you're happy with it or not. You get right back out, get another one if you weren't happy. And if you were happy, you can have an idea of what you want to do on your next wave to make it even better. Here we go. All of our competitors except the competitor who caught the last wave, Kai Lenny, are out in the lineup. Everybody battling for this wave. We got competitor in yellow right there was the deepest on that. That is Slater Trout, another Maui boy, part of that Young Guns crew. He's trying to get a barrel here on the inside. Got in from on that wave, nice and deep, nice big takeoff. Unfortunately, that wave didn't do much more down the line. He did more racing down the line, looking for a peak to set up for him, but he was unfortunate and that didn't happen. This wave here out at Sunset is very, very tricky. When you take off, you think it's the best wave in the world, and then you come off the bottom and you realize that it's not. And that's the beautiful thing about any type of wave surfing competition. Oh, here we go. Competitor taking off, I believe in blue, just getting annihilated on the takeoff. We like the commitment. Don't get me wrong. But at a certain point in time, you got to be mindful that you don't get yourself into a dangerous situation. Although we got a good shot from the drone there. He's stuck on the inside. His leash is still intact, and his board is still in one piece. So that's definitely a positive. Whoa, we look like a couple of the boys got cleaned out on that set trying to get out. It looks like, yep, they're still caught inside. Oh, and got more waves coming in the back. So this is the part of surfing that's not fun. Surfing, actually riding a wave, is the fun part. It's the payoff. But you earn it all day, every day, especially in bigger surf, because most times you're getting cleaned out and hit by a whole bunch more waves than you are actually surfing. So as you can see from the drone footage, we even got like the jet ski coming in to check on our competitors, make sure that they're okay. Again, competitors, you can use the jet ski assist to get you to the channel. You can use the jet ski assist to get you to the channel. You do not need to stay stuck there. If you're not close to the channel and need some help, do not be too ashamed for ask them for help. It is all good.
Part of the criteria here for Sunset Beach in these big wave conditions is assistance from the water safety crew. And we clarified that earlier today, where you can get a ride early along shore to the channel. And trying to get himself into clearer water.
Looks like our two competitors literally started out at the peak of the lineup there, Rocky. Literally pushed them all the way to the really, really tired from then finally getting over here to some open space. Now they get up and get back out. But
and some of our spectators down there getting a good suntan. And back to the lineup with a possible opportunity feathering up here.
Looks like yellow Slater trout trying to go for it, but that wave just would not be caught. Looks like it was a nice wave on the inside, but too hard for the competitors to catch that far out. Right here, no. Too far behind. Looks like Kai Lenny was going for that wave behind Slater trout. Opts not to go. Well, making a smart decision. A little too far behind there. Here we go. We got Kai Lenny in position over Slater trout a little deeper. Takes off on this wave. We got a good view, vantage point here from the beach's camera. Nice tight snap there up in the pocket. Little roundhouse coming back, getting him back to the power. Waiting by that white water. Hopefully something comes out of it. Does a hook turn right there on that shoulder. Wave dies out. But you can tell these guys are just itching to get something where they can just lay into Rocky, because they keep getting these turns at Sunset. They want big power.
0.4. He was a 4.6 right there. He'll still needs a 7.57. Regawa in the blue in fourth needs a
Turn right there from James.
brother. Hey, could have been the fragrance I was smelling earlier, but I was roasting them back there.
I gotta admit, I've been guilty of that a few times. And the thing about that is you just race out. You race out to get out there. Thought process. What should I do? You know you're already late, so all you're trying to do is get your waves in, and sometimes that helps. I've actually had some of my best heats by getting
Showing
out to
up
the
late.
lineup later. Yeah, because you're already behind the 8 ball, so you're like, I got to do more. I got to do more, and most times you do because you're just pushing yourself to go ahead and do it. Big Wave Dave, yeah, go get him, buddy. Up and riding our competitor in red, Leco Salazar, former world champion from Brazil. Looks like this heat has 3 Brazilians and 1 Frenchman. Right now, just 3 Brazilians. The Frenchman's on his way out. Just trying to get through the shore break.
We got Alexi out there from France.
Oh, France too.
In the white.
So it's France versus Brazil. Oh, no. Pale's going to get another one. Oh, he just got through that one. So can't see it on the screen here, but our competitors are just getting hammered on the way out all day by this Sunset shore break. And one of those things, it doesn't care who you are. If you're in the race at the wrong time,
Smackdown.
So sorry. Wow, look at this one. We got a kind of random peak coming in the channel here. Big closeout there. Doesn't look like many of our competitors are in danger. Looks like they're all further out. Right there, you got White, Alexis Daniel right now. Also from France. Looks like he's out there all by himself. Also outside of him, further out, looks like we have Blue.
That's Ian Vaz. And he's got a score of a 4.83. And that's the best wave on the board so far.
Looks like Ian Vaz was on that wave right before. We got a quick glimpse of him flashing to the screen, but was unable to see what was going on there as he just went ripping right by the camera.
So good thing for Peo Lizarazu is that we haven't had that many big scores yet. So it's still wide open for this heat number 9.
So number 10, this round runs 12 heat today. This is heat number 9. We have 3 more left for the day, and we are all pow. So it looks like all the heats already in this round are already stacked. This is a stacked heat. Next heat, stacked.
They're
coming
all
out
stacked.
right now. The rest of these heats just are not looking like much fun if you're a competitor. Our competitors stuck in the shore break here, having quite the time. Not only getting out, Rocky, but getting in. Getting in be such an easy thing, but not as much at shore break and not at Waimea Bay. Some sets outside Rocky T. What competitors are in position of these sets? These are definitely.
Oh, it's a pulse right here.
Whoa! Wow! Look at that. This stacked up. This is almost all the competitors.
Just about 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining here in heat number 9.
Wow, sorry about that little silence there. We were kind of in awe of the carnage going on when that set came in.
And there's yellow, Peo Lizarazu, who has made it out to his heat. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Last score of Ian Voss was and we'll see if he needed to get into first. But we can tell you Ian Voss in first. And moving on to round 3. Heat number 10 underway.
Outside there in the monitor, we had some blowholes going with the whales, who is now time for whale watching here in Hawaii. Pretty much at any beach you go to, we were fortunate enough to just get that nice big spout blown out the back there, Rocky.
Yeah.
As you were saying, coming down, that's why every second of the heat is very crucial, because that could be the difference between advancing and not advancing. Although Peo did paddle out a little late, he did pretty well to get back in there, but as you can see, he only was able to catch 2 waves, and that other 5 or 10 minutes that he did miss would play a big part of that heat. And so it's very important for the competitors to pay attention to the time. I know we're all in paradise having the time of our lives, and a lot of times that slips by you. And here we go, competitor on the outside in yellow. Looks like we have Omri Hazor. Nice big cut back there. See if he can come off the bottom, any more scoring potential, and that wave just dies on him as he kicks out. So he starts the wave, starts the heat with not a very good wave, but nonetheless a wave which a lot of the heats toward the end of the day, a lot of the competitors did not have that luxury. And there he gets caught inside. So again, that is the part of surfing. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say not fun when you don't get totally destroyed. It's good to get what I call cracks, or take your beatings once in a while, because you got to give some to get some, I believe.
Yeah.
And you can't always just be receiving. She's definitely going to be giving, whether you like it or not.
And heat number 10 in the water right now. Heat number 11, please check in. Bullet Obra, Fisher Grant, Robin Johnston, and Rory Chapman check in as we see Noah Janela, that fella from Cavella, with a good, nice bottom and top turn combo right there with a paddle transfer.
And also, if you are a fan of stand-up paddle or just learning about stand-up paddling and like what you see, go and watch Kai Lenny's new movie, which actually debuted last year during this event, I believe, at the Turtle Bay, called The SUP Movie, literally the SUP movie. And you're going to see some of, if not the most progressive stand-up paddling surfing that you have ever seen. These waves are a little bigger than we would normally surf on a regular day, because it doesn't always get this big. And so you'll see not only the crazy stuff that they're doing. So what the competitors are doing on the WSL on, their regular shortboards, these kids are doing it on their stand-up boards, big reverse 360 aerials and all kinds of crazy stuff that makes no sense on a stand-up paddleboard, but they're doing it absolutely amazingly, and there's footage of Kai surfing Humongous Peahi, better known as Jaws, as well. So it's definitely a movie worth seeing. Go check that out. I was fortunate enough to be there for the premiere, and I got to say, it's definitely one of the best as far as just for surfing and wave riding. One of the best videos you will ever watch. It will give you a whole new respect for what these guys do and the kind of boards that they're doing. I got to say, I am a part of this movement, and I am amazed by it as well. And I see this every day.
It's a SUP movie, and you can find that on your various outlets online, or just Google search the SUP movie, and you'll see all that amazing footage that Kaino is talking about, and be introduced to a whole new respect and world of stand-up paddle surfing as we're in heat number 10 right now. Benoit Carpentier in the red, Noah Janela in white, Dave Muir in blue, Omri Hazor in yellow.
Here we go. We got a bunch of sets coming in here, Rocky. All the
right.
competitors are scratching to get into position. Like red on the inside here, that is Benoit Carpentier going over that wave and catching that wave was white. Noah Janela, like you said, the fella from Cavella, literally is born and raised right around the corner here on your way to on your way to Turtle Bay. Unfortunately, he took off a little too far behind that and wasn't able to make it. But fortunately enough, he didn't get too much of a beating and get sucked too far in. He can jump on his board, get right back out to the lineup, and be ready to rock and roll when the next sets come in.
Well, and fortunately for him, there wasn't another wave behind, so he was able to scramble
Agreed.
back on his board and get to the lineup fairly quickly. There is yellow Omri Hazor. And heat number 10, Noah Janela's first wave of 4.33. And stand by for first score of yellow Omri Hazor. That is a 2.5. And first score for Benoit in red, a 0.5. And Dave Muir in the blue, no waves yet for Dave. Second score for Noah Janela, 0.63. Noah Janela's in first.
Looks like Omri in yellow here, paddling for this wave. Looks like in blue, big wave, Dave Muir opts to just let him go and paddles out back to try and catch something in the back. Omri, unfortunately, misses that wave. So maybe a good idea for Dave there. Might have known something Omri didn't know and just let him go. Here we go. We got him up and riding. So at this point was a good decision because that's definitely a better wave than what Omri was going for. Big turn from a big guy right there. You know, I've been talking about my size in comparison to the competitors out here, but you can tell at looking at that's a whole lot of man right there. That's a big boy. And from what I understand, he's a retired footy player from Australia. So not only is he just big in stature, but he's big in heart as well. And he's one of the biggest. He's a tough guy because when you play footy, man, it's basically like rugby. These guys are hitting each other full blast with no pads. But he is by far one of the coolest, sweetest, what I call big teddy bear kind of guy that you will ever meet. And Dave Muir, if you are blessed enough to meet him, please shake his hand, take a picture. He is a great man.
There's one of our competitors gearing up for heat number 12. That's Zane Schweitzer. Getting oiled up and ready.
I'm going to break his fins before we go in the water.
Hey, you bugger you.
Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Oops.
Not
My
only
bad,
out
my
loud,
bad.
but over a microphone and a
My
broadcast.
bad. I was just thinking. It. My bad. I'm not competitive at all. I don't even care.
There's
I lie.
Rory Chapman getting ready for heat number 11. Contemplating the shore break.
Yeah, it's a good idea to take your time, buddy. Been many a victim that fell to Sunset Shore Break already.
Just about 17 minutes remaining in the heat.
Outside,
First score.
Omri Azor.
And here's Omri.
A competitor in yellow, taking off on one of the bigger waves. Unfortunately, it looks like it was maybe the second or third wave of the set. The rest of the wave is all souped up from the waves in front of him. But fortunately for him, he was lucky enough to get off a couple of turns that will help score some points. Not sure how much points the judges are going to give because the wave, usually when you got a nice, open, beautiful face, Rocky, it just looks better. You could basically be doing the same turn. And because the wave looks so much better, your score will be higher, regardless if you did anything more or less. So it's basically just the perception of the people watching it. And most times that proves to be the case.
Yeah, that wave had a lot of that foam and white water on the face, so not as clean looking, but still performed fairly well and manufactured a score. That last score of Dave Muir was a 6.33, and that puts him in first place. So it's blue in first, white down to second, and yellow in third. Yellow needs a 2.47. We're waiting for that last score.
Good
and
on you, big fella.
And red in fourth. Red needs a 4.46.
All right, so it looks like we got some good scores in this heat already. Considering that there is still a decent amount of time left in this heat, I am looking to find out. Okay.
Here we go on the outside. This is red, Benoit Carpentier. And Benoit finding some open face, gliding over the top of that first section. And snapping it off the top for turn number 2 and survives is able to get down through that wind. And a good job there of working high, working low, and using the entire portion of the wave to his advantage and getting a decent score. His best wave so far. Last score for Omri Hazor, a 4.7. Yellow, you go to first. Blue, you're down to second. White, you're in third. White, you now need a 201. White needs a 201 to go to second. Red, you're in fourth. Red needs a 584. Red, you need a 584. And on the outside, here we go in white. There's Noah Janela. And that fella from Cavella needs a 2.01. He's got a nice looking wave shaping up. Good carving turn right there as that wave closes out. But he fits 2 turns before the closeout. So he's got a 0.63 that he's counting as a backup wave. So he wants to improve on that. And he wants to also get a 201 at least to move into second and advancing position. Stand by for the last score of White Noah Janela. 14 minutes remaining. This was the replay of Noah's last wave. Last score for Noah Janela of 407. He goes to first. White Noah Janela in first. Yellow Omri Hazor down to second. Blue Dave Muir
off outside.
And here he is, Omri Hazor.
Quick little snap off the top there. Nice big takeoff for Omri there. Unfortunately, the rest of the wave hasn't lined up so much. A couple little turns he got in on the shoulder and actually, unfortunately, fell off there. But that was a nice big takeoff. I hope we get to see a replay of that for you at home watching. It was a beautiful, beautiful takeoff on a beautiful wave. Right there in blue, we have big wave Dave Muir waiting for his turn, chomping at the bit to get another wave under his belt. As Rocky was just saying, he went from first to third on that last exchange of waves, and here's Omri Hazor from that last wave, getting a couple of turns out on the shoulder here, trying to set it all up, waiting for the inside, and unfortunately when he got here, went for the big turn, and it got all funky and bumpy, and he fell on that turn. We're waiting for some sets to come in. So is Big Wave Dave. Looks like we're running into a little lull right now in the surf action. And so he'll just be standing around and paddling, waiting for something to come in. Again, another great time to thank our sponsors. The Waterman League Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, the 2016 Sunset Beach Pro. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys here joining us live. Again, for you, those of you who are here live, please take any rubbish that you have brought with you and throw it in one of the trash cans, or either take it with you and throw it wherever in the trash can wherever you are staying. We really appreciate it. Also, stay away from the shoreline because we still have the big pulses of swells and waves still coming in. And if you are not experienced, it is a very dangerous experience here. And we'd like everybody to go home in one piece. So please, please, please be safe. Listen to all the warnings, read all the signs, and please do as they say accordingly. Looks like we have some waves out here coming in. We got Dave Muir in blue out there. Looks like he's the furthest in the lineup waiting for a wave to come in. And looks like Omri Hazor was headed right back out there. So we got a few competitors out there and some sets coming in. On the outside, here we go, right back on the internet. All the sets rolling through. We'll see if anybody's actually in position as we were saying, the takeoff spot for Sunset is so big, and it has a few different peaks all working at the same time. Here we go. Big Wave Dave Muir actually gets to get into one of the bigger, more open face waves. Tries to do a turn there, but gets stuck. It kind of flattens out on him. Works on the shoulder here. Goes for a big wrapping roundhouse, hoping to get some energy out of this wave. And at the end there, just forcing a big hack, trying to actually create his own power because he wasn't getting what he wanted from the wave.
He was manhandling that board right there and really putting a lot of power into those turns, as for a guy that size, it's difficult not to surf with power.
2 hours before you go out. You get 2 hours.
And
Yeah, no surf today, but surf tomorrow. 9:29. 9:29.
And then it's us, right?
No, 2 more. This is heat 10 right now. Then 11. We got 2 more heats. Yeah. So this is 9. This is 10. 11's waiting, and then we go out after. So we got time. We'll call you in 9 minutes. So yeah, no worries, Zane. I'll call you in like 2 hours in time for your heat.
yeah.
Or just come back tomorrow morning. No worries.
Yeah, we're not going to get to heat 12, Kaino said.
Yeah, no worries. No, you're not going to get to heat 12. I am.
That'll
boy.
be
Well, at
coming
least
up
there'll
the
be-
last heat of the day. Some entertainment from our own Kainoa McGee.
So it
Along
looks
with
like we're going to
Zane
have
Schweitzer.
2 goofy footers versus 2 regular footers in that, I believe.
I don't know, bro.
I believe Jeffrey's a regular. Connor's goofy
goofy
too?
too.
Oh,
Three
about
goofies.
3 versus 1. 3 goofy.
3
and
goofies.
1 regular.
1 regular. And we thank you all for watching on immersedtv.com and sticking through the slow sections. And our internet connections have been a little bit spotty here at Sunset Beach, but we do thank you for sticking with us.
As well as our
And,
STD issues.
and
Here
our
we
small
got
kind
in
of technical
red
difficulties.
Benoit Carpentier.
And Benoit kicks out. But, yeah, we are working out the bugs, and we should have improving coverage as the event goes
Omri
on.
again.
Big
Nice
takeoff.
Big takeoff. but
Yeah.
Again, flattening out for him. What a bummer.
Oh,
Like,
he just goes
those
down.
takeoffs are so impressive, and they look so good that you're expecting so much more to happen, and then the wave actually dies out. Say hello to the people on the beach. Gentlemen, ladies over there on the point. Camera's pointing at you. Hello. Too cool. Can't hear us. Okay. They're all caught up in what they're doing. We're all right with that. We're just we're just happy they're here enjoying themselves this beautiful day in paradise in what
So-
we call Hawaii.
Dave Muir goes back to first.
You.
Last score was a 4.1.
It's here for the old guys.
So blue in first, white in second, yellow down to third. Yellow now needs a 3.7. And red in fourth. Red needs a 4.37. And Dave Muir gets that 4.1 and leapfrogs from third into first. And so right now it's blue in first and white in second.
All right, let's hear it for the big boys. Let's hear it for the big boys. I'm all right with it.
Yeah, bruh. Zane Schweitzer using his old school satellite phone. Oh, that's a walkie-talkie.
A GPS, ba. A GPS phone, ba. Sat phone.
Here we
Here we
go.
go, up and riding. Benoit again kicks out of that one wisely. That wave was going to do nothing but pummel him even more.
Brother, he might be getting ready for the walkie-talkie caddy scores and
Whoa,
information.
whoa.
Bruh. NASCAR style.
Oh, these guys make high tech out of that.
Getting
Wow.
serious.
I don't even have one watch.
Getting serious.
I didn't bring watch.
Bro, you
I
can,
think I even have a
you
leash.
can
I
use
gotta
my
go
watch.
check.
I want him at Fun Factory.
Nice. That thing gonna come back in pieces if it makes it back.
I don't think it's
it
gonna
even
fit on
my
your wrist. It barely fits mine, and
Yeah,
I got
you got
pipe.
like
I got
one-
pipe cleaners.
You got one loop left, but not gonna fit.
Okay, just hold them in your pocket.
Here we go at the point. Omri was trying to take off again. A couple of his competitors behind him with another wave there, but nobody seems to be paddling for it. They let him go. There's a close-up shot of a drone there from Matt
Star
Schweitzer,
Wars.
brother of Zane Schweitzer, down here with the baby and the wife, and everybody just hanging out. Yeah, got you, buddy. There's a view from our drone as he takes off from the beach. Beautiful, beautiful. Like I've been saying all day, I love those drone views. Again, you have myself, Kainoa McGee, here all day with you. And my partner, Rocky Cannon, just dipped out real quick. Take a little break. He'll be back to entertain you guys. Again, we'd like to thank you for joining us for the 2016 Sunset Beach Pro, first event of the Stand Up Paddle World Tour put on by watermanleague.com. You can go to Immersed TV, IMMERSED.com to watch this live. Listen to myself, Kainoa McGee, blowing your ears out, as well as Rocky Cannon. Again, thank you for joining us live at Here on the Beach. This is a simulcast. We're doing it live. Oh, taking off literally in the barrel there was Noah Janela, the man from Cavella, right around the corner. Said, screw it, I'm going for it. And I love the fact that he tried that. If he would have made that, that would have been absolutely insane. The fact that he went for it was crazy enough. So definitely want to give him props for trying. Hey, you never know if you don't go. There you go. Boom. Oh, he actually literally got barreled. It broke over the whole board. Wow. It's very rare to telling you on a bodyboard, shortboard, longboard, stand-up paddle with Kainoa McGee or any one of our awesome instructors. And you can also go to Turtle Bay to the guidepost there and ask for Rocky Cannon. And we will give you the time of your life. Rocky will service you here out on the North Shore, and I will take care of you in town at Waikiki Beach, where the legend of the Beach Boys started. Oh. Looks like we got Dave Muir catching a ride out on the ski there. And does he have a broken board? Yep, he already broke his board. Man, Sunset has claimed a lot of victims today. There's been a lot of broken boards, a lot of broken leashes. I don't know about paddles at this point, but we definitely have some carnage. Up here we got competitor in yellow, Omri Hazor. Again, getting another wave that's kind of flattening out on him. Did not get to see what the takeoff looked like, but the rest of the wave did not give him much of an opportunity to do much scoring. So again, big wave Dave Muir back in the lead. Paddles back out, getting a board from his caddy, already breaking his board in that heat. And let's see if we can get these scores refreshed for you guys and see if, what are we doing? Looks like he's still in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.1 in second place, who just took off right there in white, Noah Janela. You missed it, Rocky, while you were gone. Literally took off, and as he was taking off, the wave barreled directly over his head as he was going straight and covered the whole board. Yeah. So needless to say that now he's still a little inside. Hopefully he'll get out before the second. Oh, taking off outside. Who do we have here? Looks like cheating again. Sorry, looking off the monitor. That looked like
That was red.
Red Benoit Carpentier. He's been actually turning around on a lot of waves, but the waves haven't been very fruitful for him. He's a lot of them have just been really late takeoffs and turn around and kick out. It looks like he's right back on another wave here. Goes for a turn right there. We got the drone view working his way down the line. Trying to muster up some kind of power, Rocky, to put in some kind of maneuvers. And just like a lot of these waves in this last heat, I think more so than others, they're just really unfortunate that it's not lining up. It's just going out into the flat section, so it's really hard because you have to generate your own speed and you have to somehow create your own power on something that has no power, which is always a challenge. And obviously being on a stand-up board, it's bigger. You have the paddle to help you, but because the board's bigger, it makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys using that paddle for a little bit of extra pumping and some leverage on some of the turns. As you see, Connor Baxter getting ready for heat number 12. And with just a couple of minutes remaining here in heat number 10.
Oh, that's another one. Connor, you didn't need to worry. It's our first heat tomorrow. It's all good. You and Zane, you guys get the first heat by yourself tomorrow.
Yep. You guys can go home.
So okay, I just like to say thank you for everybody tuning in. I'd say aloha for now from the microphone. I got my heat coming up in 2 heats, so I'm going to go get ready for that.
You're in
Like
the
to
next
thank
heat,
my
bro.
partner. Yep, my partner Rocky Cannon, and we'll see you guys next day of competition, most likely tomorrow. Hui ho, ma'alama pono.
All
Ke
right.
Biden.
Mahalo Kainoa McGee. Good luck. And we'll be watching Kainoa McGee up against Zane Schweitzer and Connor Baxter and Jeffrey Spencer in the next heat. Right now, heat number 11, Bullet Obra is in the red from the Big Island. From Florida in the white, Fisher Grant. In the blue from the North Shore, Robin Johnston. And from Australia by way of Namotu, Fiji, in the yellow is Rory Chapman. And heat number 11 in the water right now. Heat number 12, check in, Zane Schweitzer, Connor Baxter, Kainoa McGee, and Jeffrey Spencer. And somebody just went down hard. That looked like it was possibly Rory Chapman. There's Bullet Obra from the Big Island, working on his backhand here at Sunset Beach and carving nicely right up in the pocket. And another good extended cutback right there for Bullet. And unofficial results, that last heat, Dave Muir in first, Noah Janela in second, Omri Hazor in third, and Benoit Capartier in fourth. Those are unofficial results. Right now in the water, heat number 11. And coming up next, heat 12. And this is the last wave of Bullet Obra. And the Bullet was able to score some points with nice off-the-top carving turns like that right there. And then it finished with a couple of more carving cutbacks on the inside. And a good opening score for Bullet Obra. And Noah Janela making it back in. I think you got second, Noah. But just double check with our beach marshal for the official results. Top two advance to round 3. And third and fourth place advance to round 2. And having a little bit of an issue with our score sheet right now, trying to get the screen to refresh so we can have some scores updated. Some drone footage right there. We see white Fisher Grant, in blue Robin Johnston. Robin, a finalist here at the Sunset Beach Pro. Couple years in the making for Robin Johnston. makes his own equipment, shapes surfboards and stand-up paddleboards as well.
It's just a fun park out there now. Probably a bit more suited to the young fellas, you know, but I think I got through it. I'm pretty stoked, yeah, because I've snapped my leggy, so I was got in limbo land for a while, but look, it's so fun. Such a good wave sunset, I love it.
Tell me about the out there. Can you hear anything? Or what's
I had the young fella and my caddy in the lineup, and he was telling us what was going on, so that was good. But I really don't know if I got through or not. I'm just waiting for the score.
you made it through?
Did I? Oh, awesome. Feel great. It's unreal, yeah. So stoked. It's great.
Hey, good job, Dave, and we'll see you coming up on our next day.
I think have Kai Bates as your caddy. That got me through. Cheers.
All right, Dave, thank you. Mahalo, and congrats, and we'll see you surfing again in our next rounds of competition. And just stand by. We're still having issues with our scoring screen here. And there's yellow for the next heat, Jeffrey Spencer. Bullet Obra out there currently in heat number 11. And check out the last score of Rory Chapman, who was able to find a little bit of coverage right there. Meanwhile, blue is on the outside. Robin Johnston. So a good exchange right there. But once again, we don't have any scores to give you right now. So we're just going to give you an update when we have the opportunity, but scores are down. Robin Johnston on your frame right there. He knows this wave very well. Here at Sunset Beach, puts in a lot of time, lives just about a mile down the road. Here we go, up and riding. This is Rory Chapman. He's competed from the trials all the way into this main event and has been doing well so far, pulling in the barrel and coming out. So Rory Chapman, we saw him flirting with the barrel on his wave before, and then is committed on that one, gets deep in the barrel, does the disappearing act, and reappears. So a full-on barrel for Rory Chapman and a big score coming. And up and riding right now, this is Bullet Obra. And a Bullet carving to the inside. We're watching Zane Schweitzer hit the lineup. He was contending for the World Championship last September at Huntington Beach. There's a beautiful view from The drone looking to shore, now looking out towards Sunset Beach surf break. So we got a fresh iPad here with some scores coming in. Robin Johnston's first wave was a 5.67. Couple of scores coming in for Yellow Rory Chapman, still standing by for that score for the barrel. And that was pretty incredible tube ride. Checking out the bike path, all kinds of beverages going down. Here on the North Shore, the very, very famous North Shore Sunset Beach bike path was installed around 1996. And connecting Velziland to Waimea Bay. Now we just need to continue the bike path from Velziland to Turtle Bay. So that last score for Yellow, that barrel ride, an 8.8. So right now, Rory Chapman in first place. Robin Johnston in second. Bullet Obra, a couple of scores to come in. He's in a close third. And Fisher Grant down in fourth. Just about 10 minutes remaining. Scores coming in for Bullet Obra, puts him in second. So Robin Johnston down to third. Robin needs a 4.16. Blue, you're in third. Blue, you need a 4.16. And White in fourth. White needs an 8.73. White in fourth needs an 8.73. With just about 9 minutes remaining. Sorry, 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes to go. And everybody enjoying the view from the bike path and from the beach right there. Getting some exercise in, walking along the shore, walking along the bike path, sitting on the pilings, enjoying the front row seats to some of the best surfing waves in the world right here at Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu. And the world's best stand-up paddle athletes on the waves right now. This is heat number 11 of round one. Top two surfers will advance into round three. The bottom two surfers will progress into round number two. And that's looking out towards the Sunset Beach Lifeguard Tower, number 25, and beyond. Around the corner is Rocky Point, and then you get to Ehukai Beach Park and Pipeline, and way, 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 way out in the distance. And that far point, Kaena Point, one of the most iconic views from Sunset Beach, looking west. And we'll see a beautiful sunset here at Sunset Beach this evening. And, of course, don't forget to head up to Turtle Bay Resort for the Friday festivities on the Point Bar and Grill right there overlooking Kuilima Bay and the Cove right there with the beautiful sunset and, of course, those world-famous Mai Tais. And join us at Surf of the Bar for some live music tonight and a lot of good fun at the official hotspot nighttime activity place, Surfer the Bar. And that is where the action is. Once the sun goes down, everybody goes to Surfer the Bar for a couple of drinks and some good times. And join us next Wednesday for an incredible talk story, an interview session with Stuart Coleman. He is the author of Eddie Would Go, the Eddie Aikau book, and a new book, Eddie Aikau, Hawaiian Hero. As we see Blue up and riding, that's Robin Johnston. He's putting together a decent score here, needs a 4.16. Here's Bullet Obra trying to protect his second place position in the heat. And doing some nice carving off the bottom, off the top. Little bit of a foamy wave there, and not super clean. And out the back, here's Yellow. We'll see if Rory Chapman can keep the magic rolling, but he kicks out. But next week, Wednesday, we'll be at Surfer the Bar for a talk story with Stuart Coleman, author of his brand new book, Eddie Aikau, Hawaiian Hero. And we'll be sitting down with him for an interview session that we call Talk Story at Surfer the Bar. That's next Wednesday, February 17th. And of course, as we see here, Rory Chapman just getting a score, trying to better a 3.17 low score. He's got an 8.67 high score. An excellent wave already under his belt with that two bride. The disappearing act getting in the barrel and coming out. Izzy Gomez talking with professional sand slider, Austin Kalama. Watch him, watch him, watch him. Backflip. Boop. Oh, 360. I seen him doing nuts backflip earlier. We are standing by for the last score of Blue as we got just about 5 minutes remaining. Izzy's going to try to get some Austin Kalama sandslide shots. Matty reels in the drone. And here we go, Yellow out the back, Rory Chapman. And out the way back, it's Robin Johnston. Rory in the barrels, traveling, still going. Ho! Just got clipped right on the end, but great effort from Rory Chapman. He's got Sunset Barrel fever right now. And continuing to ride on this wave is Robin Johnston. Last score for Robin, your previous wave of 5.17. You'll go to second. Red, Bullet Obra, you're now in third. Red, you need a 5.52. Red needs a 5.52. White, you now need a 9.74. White needs a 9.74 to go to second. Seating County lifeguards patrolling up to backyards in the Velzyland area. So it's Rory Chapman in yellow still in first. Robin Johnston in blue in second. And the last score of Robin Johnston, a 7.17. He goes to first. So it's blue now in first. Yellow, Rory Chapman, you're now in second. Red, Bullet Obra, you're in third. You need a 6.62. Red now needs a 6.62. And White, you are comboed out of second. White, you need a combo of 11.94. White needs a combo of 11.94 with just about 2 minutes to go. And Austin getting the perfect timing here, slides down, and too much pressure. One camera in the water, one camera on the beach, and he goes down. Bullet Obra on a good-looking wave needs a 6.62. He's going to have to carve high off the top of the wave, get the board in that critical section of the wave. These cutbacks are not going to make it happen for Bullet Obra. One minute, 20 seconds remaining. So here's White up and riding. Fisher Grant, he needs to get something going. And unfortunately goes down right there. So we'll see him in the consolation round number 2. And just about 10 seconds remaining in this heat. And then we'll be starting our last heat of the day. Heat number 12 will be the final heat of the day. We should be finishing up right around 4:05, 4:10. So we'll be well within our 8-hour period. We got started at 8:25 this morning. And we'll finish with heat number 12. And the heat is on. Heat number 12 in the water. Zane Schweitzer in the red. Connor Baxter in the white. Kaino McGee in the blue. And Jeffrey Spencer in the yellow. Top 2 advance to round 3. Bottom 2 will be into round 2. Izzy Gomez now going to take a shot at a sand sliding opportunity. Whatever you do, Izzy, make sure the sand is wet. You don't want to do the slam on the brakes scorpion maneuver live to millions of people around the world. Here's Connor Baxter in the white jersey up and riding. And one of the Maui boys in this heat. And Connor has been charging Peahi Jaws on Maui. Has always been a top contender in stand-up paddle racing. And finishes wave number 1. And a radical air rolo right there by Izzy Gomez. In the shore break. And there is yellow. On the outside, that's Jeffrey Spencer. He had a great run through the trials. There's Bullet Obra finishing in 3rd in the last heat. So we'll see Bullet coming up in round number 2. It was Robin Johnston and Rory Chapman in 1st and 2nd out of that last heat, number 11. We'll see Fisher Grant in round 2 as well. But how about that last score, that third wave score of Rory Chapman, that barrel during that last tee, our second completed disappearing tube ride of the day, the other barrel from Kyle Vaz. Here's Zane Schweitzer. And Zane, also one of those double threat guys, does the racing tour and the surfing tour, and carves high in the lip. And a good completed turn right there from Zane Schweitzer. And stays on his board to work his way over to that channel section for the easier paddle out. And Zane kicks out. And Rory Chapman describing his successful barrel attempt and then also his unsuccessful barrel attempt. But that second one, that was a longer one, man. That would have been an easy perfect 10 had he been able to come out of that second long barrel. And he was traveling, had a chance. And almost pulled it off. But nonetheless, he advances into round 3. So gets a well-deserved break from round 2. And we'll see him on our following day of competition into round 3. So all the way from the trials round, and just in one day finds himself from the trials into round 3. Am I asking him? And we're going to take you live down on the beach with Rory Chapman. Rory, how's it going? It's Rocky Cannon up here, and had the pleasure of watching you compete all the way through the trials. How you feeling right now? You must be pretty exhausted.
I'm real tired. But it's been a great day watching. I'm lucky got put in the 11th heat, so got a bit of time to rest and watch the waves. But yeah, it was good fun out there.
Hey, so you had a couple of tube ride attempts in that heat. You had one where you had a little bit of chandelier coverage, you know, not very deep. Then you had the one that you made. You got that big score. Talk us through that barrel ride and what it felt like inside there.
Obviously felt great, but yeah, I just did a little top turn, and as I was coming down, I thought, oh, this could happen right now, and just pulled in, and it threw me up high, and I just saw the opening, and I just crouched real hard, and out I came, and I actually couldn't believe it, to be honest.
Yeah, and then all of us on the beach also were very surprised because you were deep, man. You were disappeared, and.
Yeah,
And then you had another attempt, and were you kind of like feeling the fever at that point? Like you were just kind of on a mission for the barrel?
Yeah, well, I saw that inside all day, kind of just trying to barrel. So I pulled into that one, but it just squashed me at the end, I think. I don't really know. It hurt. It really hurt, actually.
Well, you're on to round 3, Rory. Great job today, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Rory Chapman competing from the trials in his first ever Sunset Beach Pro for the Stand Up World Tour, and he is into round 3 in style with an 8.6 technique. That minimizes the pressure and the tension on the leash, so you can make sure that leash lasts as long as it can. It's probably one of the more important pieces of equipment here in stand-up paddleboard because the waves, because the boards are so much bigger. He got the berth into heat number 12. So he essentially was rewarded with the most rest time for winning the trials. at pipe and barrels on 3 very different types of wave riding vehicles. So Kainoa McGee in a class of his own with those accomplishments. One of the most comforting voices you can hear in a pipeline lineup is when Kainoa McGee calls your name to go on a set at pipe, of which I've been the beneficiary of for many years. You hear that, "Go Rock!" Here we go, up and riding in white. That's Connor Baxter. And Connor gets a wave with some scoring opportunity. Getting that drone footage from above. And just a quick up and down for our next competitor. You see how small these boards are just to balance paddling back out. It's like walking a tightrope or being on a balance beam with constant muscle movement transferring from one leg to the next, one little muscle to the next, everything firing on all cylinders to get these small stand-up paddle boards moving through the water. Zane Schweitzer on the outside. Jeffrey Spencer in frame in the yellow. Jeffrey has to go over that wave. Zane Schweitzer spinning on this one. And good square bottom turn off the bottom, and that's pretty much the only scoring on that wave that's been provided for Zane as this one flattens out. And to our lost and found, we have an item here that was lost and found by our security. If you're missing something, it's quite important looking. So if you're missing something important, we have it at the announcers area. Here's Kainoa McGee carving a nice couple of turns and just steps off, kind of misplaces his footing just a little bit. And it goes down. Here we go, up and riding in yellow. Here's Jeffrey Spencer. And he's got a long wall ahead. Creates a lot of speed down the line. And has to straighten out with the wave exploding behind him. And he jumps off. Here's Connor Baxter, and he has to kick out due to a long freight train of a wave up ahead. And Kyle McGee had to step off and just went airborne for a moment. Looking down the beach at our lifeguard warning signs and all that caution tape that's been pretty much permanently up this winter. We've had big swell after big swell washing up over the road yesterday. And actually too big for the surf here at Sunset Beach. All the focus was at Waimea Bay. And here's Connor Baxter eyeing this one up, but just a little too deep down the line. And he won't be able to squeeze into that one. Seven minutes, 50 seconds remaining. 7:50. 6:50 on the clock. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in heat number 12, the last heat of round one. And the last heat of our day one of competition here. We'll be ending this heat and ending our day one of competition. We'll be back tomorrow morning to assess the conditions and see what's in store for the next few days. We do have a holiday on Monday, which is we are not permitted to run on national holidays here, so we'll be taking a break on that day for sure. But possibly running tomorrow, possibly running Sunday, and then we have some more days of competition, and we have the waiting period extending to February 20th. So we have until next Saturday to find the right conditions. As we see red, Zane Schweitzer going left. And there we see 3 surfers in our frame. That are vying for this next couple of waves coming in. Here's Zane Schweitzer. Oh, and gets batted down right on the back from that crashing lip. And the drone footage looking down on Zane Schweitzer getting the washing machine treatment right now. Rinse cycle at Sunset Beach. Meanwhile, out the back, Kainoa McGee and Jeffrey Spencer in your frame there. Just a few minutes remaining. Connor Baxter out there. Kainoa McGee in the frame as well. And here's yellow. This is Jeffrey Spencer. We'll just have to do it old school style here. Just surf the heat and find out the results at the end as Kainoa McGee getting a wave with some scoring potential and some open face, carving nicely. And there's the paddle transfer back into the whitewater section. A nice transfer to the drone footage. And that's Kainoa McGee's best wave so far. And right in time at the end of the heat. So day number 1 is in the books. Mahalo for all of you watching here live on the beach. Mahalo to you watching live on immersedtv.com. And please remember to pick up all of your trash off the beach today. Let's leave Sunset Beach nice and clean. Please put your trash in the proper receptacles upon leaving the area today. And we're going to have you guys check in tomorrow morning for a possible day number 2. But on behalf of Kainoa McGee, all the crew here, and the Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort, I'm Rocky Cannon, and we'll see you on day number 2. Mahalo for watching on immersedtv.com and live here on the beach. Mahalo and aloha.